grow from that. So here is the Tarot of Dreams, and we're going to lay out all the cards for the latter part of the year. I did the reading for Aquarius and it was fire, so I hope yours is lit as well, okay? Well, let's take a look and see. Okay, so let's take a look at your cards. So first you have the Hermit, and then you have the Strength card. Now I'm not going to announce every single one, but maybe. The Death card, which is Scorpio. Fundamental change to the feminine, and the Wheel of Fortune with regard to the masculine. Very strong masculine. By the way, 2018 is a Yang year in terms of Chinese astrology. So it's the year of the wooden dog, which is a Yang energy year. So you're going to be seeing lots of masculine archetypes and stuff, and no, that's not patriarchy. It's the divine masculine. Then we have, this is the Hierophant card, by the way. It's called the Faith card in this deck. And then we have Temperance. Okay. This is an interesting card. We'll talk about that more once I see like more to do with it. But I feel like Temperance, Sagittarius, there's as great as Sagittarius is for Aquarius, I feel like for Virgo at this time, it's an energy that you're leaving behind. It's kind of dusk here, and a hummingbird just flew up to the window and flew down. It was totally crazy. I was like, whoa, that's huge. I thought it was a bee. It was so big. Here is the next message, and I'm not on the first floor, so it's kind of random that it flew up like that. The next message is the Moon, and then we have the Magician. Okay, and then we have the Empress, and then we have the Priestess, and then we have the Sun, and then we have the Devil here. Ooh, but remember, all the cards are coming through. And then we have the Hanged Man. I'm always surrounded by hummingbirds, eh? It's kind of crazy. Maybe that's like my totem or something. There's a ton of hummingbirds here, northern hummingbirds. I live in a temperate rainforest. I don't know if you guys know this, but South Coast BC is a temperate rainforest. So it's an actual rainforest because it rains here so much. Then you have the Emperor, established rules that you have to kind of get rid of. Justice card, okay. And then the Star. This is a very potent position for the Star. So I feel like there is going to be a sudden shift that takes you in a new direction. Then you have the Judgment, a big decision that you're making, the Fool, okay, and the World. Very good, very good. What's this card? The Tower. Wow, huge change. You're going to be, okay, there's something that you're, and the Chariot is overcoming. So in order to achieve the overcoming that you are seeking, you are going to have to, in some way, put a lot on the line, and you're going to persevere and overcome. But it's gotten to be such a stale situation that it's holding you down and holding you back. And no matter what you do, all this complacent energy, the way you've been managing circumstances is trying to draw a happy medium or a happy divide. And it's not going to work for you. It has not worked for you, and it won't work for you moving forward. I feel like there is a duplicitous relationship that is coming up for you in the fall or in the latter part of the year. And it's not a duplicitous relationship in a negative sense. It's an expression of a person portraying themselves to be one way. And I'm not picking on Christians, but it's coming to mind because it's the Faith card, right? Or the Hierophant. So a person of any faith, right? But somebody who positions themselves as very pious, religious, the quintessential fake religious person. Now, I don't think that religious people are fake, but I'm saying that person that's kind of playing up a religious stereotype in order to seem like an angel. They're not. And I feel like you're dealing with a person like that in the latter part of the year, a person who, you know, speaks themselves to be a saint, but actually is not. So, and in fact, they're probably worse than, you know, your average person. So, but you got the Chariot. Don't be afraid. You're fine. I feel like this person is a necessary step to a long-standing problem that you're stuck in. So you're stuck in some circumstance that has been with you for a long time, for many years. And I feel like it's gotten so stale and so crusty that nothing is moving it forward. It's like cemented itself. So you need this person who is subversive and egomaniacal and nasty to push the thing along. He or she, sorry for the prejudicial statement that it's a he, it could be a woman, but he or she, it's just because this guy's a man in the picture. So, but maybe for some of you that channeled message keeps on coming through, so maybe it's a man. So anyway, so this person is going to be a catalyst, and it's going to be someone who is, they're just not a good person. They're just, and there's enough force of evil behind them. I'm sorry, this sounds super scary, but there's enough force of evil behind them to put into motion events that make you address certain circumstances and change your life and finally become liberated. Because what you've been doing, and this is I'm not going to tell you this is the past, this is the future, and it's gotten so stale and crusty because you've been complacent, you've been tiptoeing on eggshells around this situation, and now it's going to come through, you know, full blast, and it's going to be like a rush of water. But this is freedom, and it's going to lead you to some great freedom. It's going to get you away from the bad situations. We're going to pull a lot of cards for this to clarify, so stick with me, Virgo. But this is really for the latter part of the year. Expect the unexpected at the end of the year. And we said 2018 is a huge change, and so this is the time when you will go through it in a big way, and it's not for the faint at heart. There's a lot going on in Scorpio in November, which sextiles Virgo, right? So this opens up opportunities for Virgo to carry through certain things. This is the number one thing that you feel as though is your burden, the thing that for whatever reason you can't change. So the number one thing that is holding you down, that is holding you back from being free, that is the thing that is going to just blow up, and the channeled message is blow up in your face, and that you're going to have to deal with it, and it's not going to be necessarily pretty, but it is going to eliminate the barriers that are preventing it from being removed from your life. So you are going to be emancipated. That's the channeled message. So it's not like you're going to, you know, fall prey to this. It's just, it's like being pushed into like a tetanus shot when you're a child, and you know that it's going to hurt, but somebody like tricks you, or somebody has to add that external kind of push in order to push you to make a certain decision that you wouldn't have you would have towed the line all this time. So I feel like this is going to cause you to, you know, say no freaking way. You know, you're going to put your foot down. Okay. So, and you were right about this person. This is the thing about it. If this is a Taurus person, you were right about them. They are shady, shady, shady. And if they're not Taurus, then could be a Capricorn. I'm not feeling the earth energy for you guys at all. But make sure, this is my advice for leading into September, I would say get all your work done by the summer. Just get it all done and out of the way. Any if you have something that you need to address, get it done so you're really ready for the fall. It's going to be interesting for the autumn. You can do it, and you're not at fault. It's just there's someone who is going to see an opportunity and going to come for it, but I think that you're going to see very clearly. The priestess is in the center. You're going to see very clearly, and there's going to be a lot of men who are helping you in this. And I feel like this energy, the death card, the female energy is in some way going to be stopped for a moment. Nobody's going to die. It's just going to shift towards strong masculine energy that will protect you. This is Jupiter. And so that will help you. That will help you make certain decisions. Your decisions are going to come from a deeply psychic place in the latter part of the year. Really deep psychic place that they're just going to transmutate through you. And I know I just threw down like some major channeled messages here, so I'm going to make sure that you see the full breadth of it. It's not all about this event, but this event, I just saw it here. I mean, the Faith card, the Devil, the Hangman, and the Tower, and the Temperance in this position. This Temperance in this position is you towing the line. We talked about it, so okay. But ironically enough, women are going to be a point of emancipation for you. And I feel like Virgos, other Virgos, are going to help you manifest. So Virgos need to come together and form these bonds of support and manifestation and the ability to see through. One advice for you, Virgo, be very honest and true through the things that you are working through this year. Be very honest and don't lie. Not saying that you do lie, but just work through like hyper authenticity and hyper truth and vigilance to the truth. So this Justice card here, this feels as though there's like something that is standing in the way of your personal. There's something standing in the way of your personal progress. It has to do with this, and it's legal in certain respects. And I feel like this is going to get blown out of the water throughout this year. There's going to be an event probably later on, like to do with this, that is going to take the balance and the order out of the situation, and it's almost like it's going to leave it exposed. So I don't know if you guys know video games, but when I used to play video games, I played a lot of video games for a long time. When I was, for a long time, let's not say how long, but yeah, I was a gamer. And so imagine this energy. When you fight a boss, one of the big tricks in playing a video game is you wait for the boss. I know this sounds really ridiculous, but some of you will resonate, and please comment down below if you resonate with this. But when you fight a boss, you have to wait for the boss to initiate an attack, and then you counter move, right? So I feel like this, because the reason you do that is when the boss, does their attack, they're vulnerable for like a split second because they've initiated an action and they have to regroup. And so they leave themselves exposed. And so this situation and this here is creating that opportunity of exposure where it wasn't available to you for like 5 years before, 10 years before for some of you. So there's this kind of event that happens that shakes things up. I don't think you're going to be attacked. It's not a boss move. But I feel like there's going to be someone who comes in who rattles things up. And then you're going to have it like open to you to step through on an open platter. And by that point, you're going to have the resiliency and the foresight within yourself to be able to, make that decision. And I feel like you're going to make it no problem. It's not going to be like you're going to be heeing and hawing and scratching your head. You're going to know exactly what to do. Really, you're going to know exactly what to do. It's really nice. Really, really nice. Okay. And I feel like the message here, the theme of 2018 is eliminating. This came through super strong in your February reading that I did right before doing this. You're eliminating toxins, limitations, shackles that you're in. You're embracing freedom, Virgo. And I feel like that's necessary. And your happiness is the emancipation. Your happiness is the emancipation. So whatever comes of it, you will be very happy. You will feel good. You'll feel very good for everything that's happened, and everything will kind of calm down and rectify itself. And it's going to change. You might change where you live. You might change the nature of what you do. Your whole fundamental scheme of things is going to change. Okay. Yep. So in the early part of the year, I feel like somebody's going to push certain things into effect. Somebody's initiated a course of action. They may have done it knowingly, knowing the situation you're in and know like the things, or it could be completely coincidental, so it could be something that is not, it's not in relation to you at all, but it is happening, very quickly. Very cool. Take heed, Virgo, take heed. Okay, so this is the Gilded Reverie Lenormand, and it's the same artist as this. So the Priestess, there's a new oracle coming into your life. There's a new advisor. They're going to tell you what to do, which way to go, and how to go about certain things. Okay, let's see what's next. Let's see the Tower. So we have, the compass, the direction of your life is going to fundamentally change at the end of the year. And it's for the better. It's not a tower of destruction and, loss. In fact, let's take a look at the World card here. So this is going to allow you to live more authentically. This is the magnifying glass. And so this is living more authentically with regard to who you are, representing who you are at a deeper level. No more of these caricatures of who you are, no more, singing to, or acting in the way that other people expect you to be. Let's see what this Devil is. Okay, let's see. So we have the Well. So the Well represents good luck and fortune. I think that you have been waiting for fortune to come to your side, and that in itself has become your prison. So rather than addressing the issue, you have been waiting for the opportune moment or the opportune time. And that in itself is the thing that's got you on lockdown, the thing that has you holding back from receiving from life what you deserve. Okay, let's take a look at the Faith card. So you have the Birds. So this is a person to do with gossip, right? Much better than other things. This is a person who, let's say that you have a bad reputation. Let's say that you have a bad reputation with something and it's become dormant. So you can't really address this issue because, it's dormant. How are you going to unpack it? It's kind of like a threat to do so. So you keep on going along with this direction, and this person comes along and they seem very perfect, perfect, idealistic. And then this person in some way they're not a good person. I'm telling you right now. And I feel like they are going to, gossip or share information and reinitiate that dormant representation of you. So you're going to have the opportunity to address it and say, hey, wait a minute, it wasn't like that. So all those things that had become passive and so much time had passed that now you cannot talk about, somebody's going to create an opportunity. It's not going to be like a pleasant thing because you're going to have to face it. But now you're going to get a chance to speak to it, and you will. And you're going to shut it down. This is the Chariot. Let's get you a card for the Chariot. So you have the Bouquet. There's the channeled message is consolation prize, but I think that you're going to get gifts, and you're going to get awarded, and you're going to get compensation. So if you're waiting on a matter, then it's going to come through really, really, really thick for you. And I feel like this is, ironically, it's your change in fortune, but I don't think at the moment you're going to see it that way specifically. Let's look at the Lovers here. Let's see. So there's people who are in alignment with who you are. There are people within your community who think of you as their family. There's people who have very deep feelings for you, people who are gonna commit towards your betterment and towards your personal progress. Let's look at the Empress. So we have the Scythe. So I think that maybe there is going to be a woman who in a certain way puts an end to things. This is coming through twice. There is going to be a woman who in the past has excuse me, terminated something. There's going to be a closure to something. You're going to carry on, and then this person is going to come in and kind of reactivate some of the things that have been dormant that you really need to address, because they have in a certain way held you down or held you back, and through that process you are going to get a new chance in a new direction, and it's going to be much better than what you have, because you've been held back for so long, that you've been held back for so long that it's gonna lead to you being pushed forward by life so much further than you were before. Let's see the Last Judgment. So I feel as though you're being very calculated, very intelligent about the decision that you're making, but it is coming through like a higher process, intuition, the crown chakra, enlightenment, and you might surprise yourself at just how informed that decision is. So I feel like in terms of relationships, let's see, well, I think that relationships are possible for you definitely this year, but I feel like when this happens for you at the end of 2018, I feel like I think it's gonna be like a few weeks, and it's gonna be all encompassing, and then there's gonna be celebration about it. So maybe in the process of this, something will come through. In terms of love, let's see. I feel like maybe that's like a sideline thing that's going on for you. Let's take a look at the star. So there's a destiny with regard to your business. There's a destiny with regard to the things that you are doing that is so much greater than that which you know already. And then we have the Wheel. And I think that it's important for you to really study hard and learn things hard, so that at the end of the day, this is the last card, the Lily, you come at things from a very informed perspective. Virgo, I hope that you enjoyed this reading. Thank you guys for hanging out and seeing me read all this. Sorry that it was so intense and potent, but I hope it gives you insight and inspiration. I'll talk to you guys soon. Have a wonderful year. Take care. Bye-bye. Virgo, thank you for joining me, and welcome to your reading for December 2018. I'm super excited to be doing this reading for you guys. This is your reading from Vimeo. We're going to talk about the court cards right here, and I'll tell you about each court card that came up in the reading. If you want the Vimeo reading, it'll be down below in the link provided. It's either the December tarot reading or the VOD pages, right? So one or the other. And I want to thank you guys for a wonderful year. And after this, I'm going to do an astrology reading with tarot and astrology together. And there are 4 different transits that we can focus on, and then ultimately I will do a full spread for you guys at the end of the video. So it's going to be a big show today, and I'm excited to be here with you guys. I was really surprised by the spread. Look at this 2 of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune, the Lovers, lots of really wonderful things going on, and I feel like you are going to have a wonderful month with really a different pace to it than before. So the main takeaway from this spread, in short, just in case you don't want to get the spread, I mean, in the spread I'll be talking a lot about it in detail, but here we can just do an overview. I think it's the beginning of party Virgo season. I know, it's kind of crazy, huh? So I feel like work is understated. So you do much less work in this month, and much more to do with interpersonal relationships with other people, romance, friendships. Looks like there's a switch in friends, or an emphasis in friends. It doesn't mean that you're losing a friend, but maybe you are kind of, when you buddy up with one person while you kind of less deprioritize a relationship with someone else. It's something like that. So it's not necessarily that there's an ending to a friendship, but more like you start vibing with someone a bit more. This may happen around the 22nd of December, because that's when there is a full moon in Cancer in your 11th house of friendship. But I'll show you guys that in a minute, okay? So your first card, we start off with the Queen of Wands, and I think this is you, Virgo. And this is the Sun, Moon, Rising, Sagittarius, or Aries as well. Man or a woman, it's fine. But this is like ear to ear smiling, being very happy, feeling very upbeat, looking forward to a great month ahead. I feel like there is a little bit of hiding going on here. Hiding, making things as positive as possible for everyone involved. So I know it's the holiday season, so many of you guys are spending time with family, and the initial observation that kind of came to mind was that during this season, you know, we see people only once a year sometimes, maybe sometimes a bit more. And maybe you're dealing with people who are older or people who are more infirm. And in the winter season, definitely in the Northern Hemisphere, that is something that affects people's health. So you being positive could be really a show to kind of step up for other people, to bring joy into their lives during the holidays. So it's a nice energy here. But then when I started taking a look at these cards, I'm like, ooh, girl, there's like a lot more going on than that here. I feel like you're really enjoying yourself. I feel like you're letting your money do the talking or like whatever you have going on. If you've been working out, whatever it is that you have been putting energy behind, your vision comes through, not like intellect, not precognition, not intuition. It comes through the things that you have. Everything around you becomes beautiful. It's almost like you take on Taurus energy for the month. So you'll have this kind of, I don't know if you know Taurus houses, but whenever I go in a Taurus house, it's just immaculate, and their execution of things is just beautiful. So I'm such a, like, my favorite aesthetic, I think, is Taurus. It's just so earthy and rich and beautiful. And so I feel like you're getting a little bit of that glow. This is Venus in Virgo, the Nine of Pentacles. Okay, so I'll talk about all the other cards on Vimeo, but let's talk about the court card. So we covered her, she's you, and if you're a guy watching, this could be you as well, so don't worry. There's a change in a relationship with the Queen of Swords, and I feel like you've had to have this person around for quite some time. She's a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, and you've had to have this kind of intellectual relationship around for a while, Virgo, because of the circumstances that are in your life. Because I feel like you've had to keep your guard up in situations, and you have had to, in some way, really analyze. There was a lot of different factors going on in your life in the day-to-day, and so you needed that very keen intellect, sharp discernment, wisdom, knowledge to help you navigate. But I think that that time has now been put to rest. I think that this month, I don't know where it's coming from. It's the first reading I'm seeing like this, but I feel like you are no longer in a hustle as much. I feel like, I don't think you're losing your job or anything, but I feel like I think Jupiter in the 4th house of home and family just puts such an emphasis on your relationships with other people that everything else you're doing is deprioritized. This is Virgo enjoying company of the people you love, friendships and family relationships, more so than trying to kind of get at your job or project or whatever you're working on. And it's really, Virgo's on vacation. That's what we should call this video. Remind me on the bottom. So it's like Virgo on vacation, really not needing a break, but I feel like there's this kind of energetically, something's shifted. I'm going to figure out what it is, and then I'll tell you guys in one of the videos, but I don't want to say until I'm really sure exactly what's going on. But I feel maybe it's the South Node leaving Aquarius, right? That's probably something to do with that, where you've been for about 16 months now dealing with releasing karma to do with the day to day. So you've had to have this Queen of Swords with you, you know, on a regular basis. It could be one person, or in my case, it was several different people who were very instrumental in helping me see things and help analyze things. These are great analysts, right? So this is this kind of walking away from the having to work with your mind on everything and step into your feelings a bit, step into your spirit, which is so important, because otherwise, just like the desert, your feelings will dry up and it'll be done, dead and done. So this person is not necessarily leaving your life, but I think that they will become deprioritized, and the Queen of Cups is coming in. She's a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. This could be a man or a woman, it doesn't matter, but this is going to be the nature of your friendships. So this is kind of the South Node leaving Aquarius, and the North Node moving into Cancer. So the shift becomes Cancer, which is your 11th house of friendship. I'll show you guys in a minute. And there's a full moon in Cancer. So this is kind of like the direction you're going is heart-to-heart relationships and friendships with people, like just kindness and love and loving abundance. So less to do with the analysis and more to do with the sympathy. This is a very key position. There's a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio sun, moon, or rising person who's coming in. This is probably one of the best positions in the spread. So whoever this is, it's a big deal. Now this could be an offer of romance. This is the divine feminine. This is the divine masculine. Somebody could be traveling from far away, but somebody's very, very important to you this month. It could be a man or a woman, but I feel like they are giving you a lot of love and a lot of support. And finally, we have the Knight of Wands, who's a Sag, Leo, or Aries, sun, moon, and rising. And about the end of the month, maybe when Mars moves into Aries on the 31st of December, you will in some way make a decision to bring someone back in. I think this is someone from the past coming back into your life, but they're welcomed in. It's not like an unwelcomed visitor. This is a come on in, excited to see you. You know, and it's a byproduct of taking a look at your social life. And I think this has a lot to do with family. It has a lot to do with your social life, and it has to do with you having the time to sit down and like smell the roses. And when I say smell the roses, I mean interact with people. Because as a Virgo myself, I feel like my interactions with people have been so matter of fact for such a long time. It's like, even when I have like a good conversation with someone, it's like, it's so itemized that I have to do this and that. It's because I think that we've been doing this 10 of Wands. I think in the last spread, we had that 10 of Wands coming through, and now you've kind of reached where you were going to. You've achieved wherever it is that you were going, and now you're taking a step back, and you've earned this. This is a good thing. On the bottom, you have the Page of Cups, a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, new relationships coming through, making themselves known and visible to you. So all good stuff, right? Change of the guard, vacation Virgo. Hey girl, hey, it sounds like a good deal. So what we're going to do now is take a look at the Templar Tarot with the 4 different phases of December. In December, what's interesting is that there are 4 major astrological groups of things happening, all happening within a week of each other, all happening in the same sign or the same binary of signs which interact with one another. I'll show you in just a minute. So essentially we can group them all together and explain them all together. I'm going to be using the Templar Tarot, and here's the King of Cups on the bottom. So that could be that Knight of Cups energy again. This is the Cups energy can be a water sign, but it could be somebody who's like very open to you emotionally. So that could be coming through for you at this time. Okay, so just to and so I'll be using the Templar Tarot to explain everything for you. And I use this card to identify which sign I'm reading next. As you guys know, I read at random. Okay, so this is December 2nd, and the first week of December is going to be really marked by Scorpio. And this includes Mercury moving into Scorpio on the 1st of December, and then moving direct in Scorpio on the 6th. So direct motion and then heading over to Sagittarius later on in the second week. But we'll have the first week of December with Mercury in Scorpio. Venus is also moving back into Scorpio after her retrograde motion. Virgo, for you, this is the 3rd house of communication. And I feel like you've had an emotional reset with Venus retrograde and Mercury retrograde. So I feel like you reach that moment in which your communication has been reset emotionally and your emotions or love expression have been reset emotionally. If you're wondering what this transit is, this is Ceres, and I'm going to include her. She's like a minor planet, just like Pluto. So both of them should be in the chart together. Plus she's a female archetype, which is nice to read because obviously there's way more masculine archetypes in the astrology, basic astrology charts. So she's a nice one to include. She represents fertility, she represents abundance, and she represents kind of nourishment. She is the counterpart to Demeter, and they are the goddesses of wheat, the Greek and Roman counterparts of that. Also, Demeter is the mother of Persephone, and Persephone is the person who was stolen by Pluto or confiscated or borrowed, depending on how you look at it. So it's kind of a mothering transit as well. So I feel like there's this. So in short, in your 3rd house, there's this huge emphasis on nourishment and reset and emotional robustness through which you are acting through, which means that it's not only communication outward, it's also communication in your heart. And suddenly your heart makes that connection that like you need a break from emphasizing tasks, and you need to emphasize your interpersonal relationships with other people. So I think that's what's going on. It's not that you're like you're at an impasse in relationships, nothing like that. But I think that when a Virgo feels, people say we're workaholics, and maybe we are to a certain extent, but I think when a Virgo feels that this needs to happen, and Ceres is closely connected with August and September and the harvest season, so when we feel that it's time to nourish, it's a wonderful thing. My mother is a Virgo, and very, very robust energy. Yeah, so it's a very, very strong mothering transit as well, which we forget about. Virgos are always called the Virgin, but it's actually more about fruitfulness, right? And motherhood. So I feel like this transit with Venus and Mercury and Ceres have a lot to do with you you work so hard as a Virgo to achieve something. How about this? This is the perfect way to explain it. You work so hard to achieve something that now that these resets have happened, all the things that you have been carrying to keep balance for the people in your closest relationships and in your family, now those things have been reset, and now you can enjoy some of the fruits of your labor. And then you can, in the interpersonal dynamics you have with the people who are closest to you. So that's a beautiful message for Virgo. And I felt that in the Vimeo. It just came out perfectly here. So it's that communication within your heart and giving yourself the opportunity to enjoy everything and for everyone who you are working for. The next message is, so we have the 4 cards from the Templar Tarot, the new beginning. And I feel like this is going to be the beginning of a long transit here. And I'll talk about this in a minute, Capricorn. So I feel like this is not just 1 month. I think that we've hit that mark, after which we, as Virgos, will be enjoying a 2-year transit of this. The shift is happening right now. 3 of Wands. And remember, there is going to be also a lunar eclipse in Capricorn. I'll talk about that in a minute. A solar eclipse in Capricorn in January 5th, and a lunar eclipse on the 20th of January in Leo. So for you, that happens in your spiritual house. So spiritual reset, Virgo. So I think that some things are coming in. I feel like you've earned it, like I don't feel like this is punitive. Then you have the 10 of Swords. This is sometimes Sun in Gemini. So maybe just letting some things go, because there's always a list. There's always extra things you can do, but sometimes you just have to let things go. And the 2 of Pentacles, slowing down and really taking awareness of what's important. So this is the communication. This is like a big download, hey? And there's some automatic drawing that's going on with this angel. So I feel like that clear message, that all the facts and figures and the tables that you have been drawing, all the lists, are not going to work. And now you have to, in some way, follow like a higher path, which is going to be the eclipse that happens in January on the 20th in your 12th house. So you're becoming aware of this already in December. So it depends on how integrated you are in the things you have to do. That depends on how much you get out of this and how quickly you step into the energy. I've been telling all the other signs, this is about December and January kind of clumped together. I actually remember that this is kind of like 2017, 2018 too, where it wasn't like December 31st, end of the year, start a new year. It was like November through January were clumped together astrologically, and they definitely are this year as well. So that's that. Sorry for the long explanation. Hopefully it helped. If it helped you, let me know in the comments below. I'd like to hear about it. Okay, so the next message is for Sagittarius, Virgos, in your experience of the Sagittarian transits, which are about the second week. So we have a new moon on the 7th of December in Sag, and then we have Mercury moving into Sag on the 12th. And so this is in your 4th house of home. This is where Jupiter is. Again, family relationships become primary. Your home becomes improving. There's like a positive energy in towards your family situations and home circumstances. Let's take a look at your cards. We have the 9 of Cups, which is fulfillment of wishes, joy, happiness. Something you've really wanted on an emotional level is coming true. The Page of Cups, a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. Recall that this was the bottom card for your Vimeo reading, so I feel like this has a lot to do with new relationships, a changing of the guard, moving away from like the logical, advice-driven relationships to do with reason and trying to work things out, helping each other work things out, and more of an emotional or spiritual connection now. 8 of Cups. So in some way you are called upon to walk away from certain circumstances. I'm not shuffling, by the way. And then you have the Lovers again. And this was a big reset. So in your Vimeo reading, it came in the position of clearing karma. So I feel like maybe some friendship that you have that has to do, maybe some friendship that you have that is peripheral, or an acquaintance really, will be a time to walk away from that type of relationship. But I feel like primary relationships are really stepping up. They're really stepping in, and it's almost like you're fully moving into that family dynamic and that love-based connection. So it's just you're sucking in your closest circle, and the people who are on the periphery get to go be with their families and whatnot. So you've earned it, Virgo, so you don't have to explain it to anyone what you're doing or why. The next message is for the 3rd week or so, in which we have the sun moving into Capricorn. And this is what I've been kind of alluding to. This is the big area of your chart, Virgo, for the next 2 years. There's also on the opposite end a full moon in Cancer. I talk about this in Vimeo quite a lot. And what this means is that there will be a pinnacle experience with regard to friendship and with the full moon. But I think that for you, it's really about the 5th house of passion, joy, celebration. This is vacation Virgo season. This is really the beginning of all these different things. People say, Saturn is kind of a bum transit. It's not a lot of fun. But for Virgos, it's fun. It's an earth sign transit of Saturn. And I don't know if that's me because I have Saturn in Virgo. So I'm like, hey girl, hey, let's get down. Let's make our list. but I feel like maybe this Saturn transit in Capricorn is good for all Virgos, all earth signs. It's like a very pragmatic thing. And for Virgos, it's like, you get to have fun, but just enough fun so that it doesn't get crazy. And then you're also kind of releasing a lot of karmic stuff that's pent up. Virgos take on a lot of karma for other people too. So we internalize it. And especially within our families, out of consideration and courtesy, we really kind of welcome that in. So resets like this and the ones you just had in Venus retrograde and Mercury retrograde, awesome for clearing. Virgos feel so much better. It's like taking a good shower and washing all the grime energetically off. Yes? Okay, so now let's take a look at your 5th house message. We'll talk about the 5th house a lot, and I'm going to do a special reading for the North Node and South Node transits. So your first message is, we have the 4 of Pentacles. So yeah, you've been bogged down with other people's karmic debris, and your own too. Great. So rather than cleansing yourself, you've been doing things for other people. That's pretty Virgo-ish. Then we have the King of Swords, a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. This could be that Gemini that we were talking about. And I feel like maybe there's a lot of relationship patterns, or patternships, as we called it in another video. There's a lot of patterns that you're releasing, a lot of reason that you have to take out of the equation in December moving forward. Because it's not really about reason now. It's about flowing through the experience and enjoying the world that you've built for yourself over the last few years. The next message is the Knight of Wands. This is the person who might be coming into the picture. This person may have been waiting to come back in when you were ready. And so you're ready. And then we have the Page of Cups, a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Rising. I feel as though like new relationships, new hopes. I feel as though these people intrinsically understand what you're about. This person doesn't really understand it, but they are favorable. It's just, it's not their bag. They are the rational Libra or Gemini or Aquarius. They're not the reason. They want to understand why, and these people just do. So this is about Virgo doing rather than reasoning things along, and reason has been the actual trigger that's been holding you back. And that's why it's like if you smoked cigarettes, you shouldn't be around cigarettes. It's the same kind of energy. It's like cigarettes in and of themselves are bad, but imagine something that is benign in and of itself, but if you have a problem with it, you shouldn't be around it. This is the kind of thing. You're still in recovery from too much reason, and it's gonna, if you do it, if you make that connection, then what you're gonna do is you're gonna overshadow and trample these more gentle energies that are coming in your life. Your life will become all about reason again, instead of just enjoying the joy and celebration of December. Okay, so just give yourself that, because you don't get that forced astrological break too often, Virgo. So now that it's here, I would embrace it. I would embrace and celebrate. And you'll have 2 years of, karmic release, learning about passions. This is like Virgo's letting her hair down, or letting his hair down. Long hair, don't care, that kind of thing. It's going to feel very good. Okay, so the next message is for the last transit, and this is Mars moving from Pisces into Aries in your 8th house, pulling the gun on things, like really, really putting an end to things that have to go, those reason things, those facts and figures. Okay, now we're on vacation. And this is on the 31st of December, so Happy New Year, you guys. And this is going to be literally on New Year's Eve, you're going to feel it when Mars moves into Aries, and suddenly you start stepping into that January transit with the solar eclipse in the 5th house. The solar eclipse asks you, what do you want to do? Right? So for the 5 days between the transit of Mars into Aries and the solar eclipse in the 5th house, you're going to have this moment of 5 days of suspension, and basically you're going to have to kind of go in some direction. These cards jumped out again. So we have the King of Swords and the 4 of Pentacles. Again, there's this huge pressure on you to stay still. Keep to yourself, Virgo. Like, don't you dare try to do something fun or something that is atypical for you. And this person, I think this person is altruistic. I don't think that they're a malevolent figure in your life. The King of Swords is just, but I feel like this person really wants you to stay still. It's like, you're a kid, you're 5 years old, and you're running around having fun, and your parent is like, sit still, and you're like, Jesus. Sorry, you probably don't say Jesus because you don't cuss, but like, you have this kind of energy of carefreeness, and this person is clamping down on you, but you're not a kid, you're an adult, and you're way overdue for a fun time. So vacation, Virgo. Four of Wands, and then we have the Fool, and then we have the Three of Wands, home, new beginnings, and the Ten of Swords. So this could be something coming in, a new opportunity, Sun in Gemini, really through the end of this transit, through December 31st, you're going to have pressure on you to let go of attachments, of all the things you have to do, all the logical things you have to do. It's no longer going to work for you. It's almost, if you take a look at all the things you're telling yourself you have to do, when you look at it, you're going to laugh at yourself for how silly you are being, really. And it's like, it made sense until a week ago. It doesn't make sense anymore, because there's much more fun and good things that make a lot more sense in their most wonderful nonsensical way. Okay, so now we're gonna take a look. I'm excited now for this reading with the Klimt Tarot. Hey girl, hey. And if you want the Vimeo reading, it's down below. Have I told you about that? I think I have. I forget, because there's so much packed in this reading. And yours is going to be the longest one, because, you know, we're Virgos. Hey girl, hey. And so we have the Klimt Tarot, and this is like, I really like this deck. I think it's one of the prettier decks of the year that I found. And I like, it's an illustration of Klimt art, but it's not his original artwork, but it's very well done. And I think it builds on Klimt, which is very rare for fine art to reproductions, you know, like it does the most. It does a good job. Okay, Virgo, let's see. So we have banger. Here we go. Ace of Cups right off the bat. So something like whisks you away, Virgo, eh? New emotion, new love, new motion in the ocean. Virgo, Ace of Cups. Hey girl, hey. That's the primary energy manifest. This is the crown chakra. This is Keter. This is the universe shining down on you. It wants you to have new relationships, and I'm guessing not just one. And I'm not saying multiple, like polyamorous bullshit, but I do think that you're having new friendships, new relationships, whatever you need in your life is coming through. It doesn't fit into your packed itinerary, Virgo, so you're going to have to make room. Then we have the Seven of Cups. Lots of romantic moments, lots of like dreams and all this and that, you know, heart pitter patter, whatever. Here is the next message. The Knight of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. Somebody's going to be vying for your heart. I feel like this is someone from the past who's like, well, I've been here all along. I've been waiting for this. I feel like the situation had ended, but I think that they feel like you owe them now that you're on vacation. They want to be a part of the vacation with you, but they dipped out on you when you were doing the hard work. So I don't know. This is someone who's coming through. Fun, whatever. So many Virgos do date air signs, so it's like, hey girl, hey, if that's your bag. I feel like somebody's coming in to bring news, and I feel like that news is positive. I think this news brings in happiness and joy into your life. Below the surface, my goodness, Ten of Cups, family relationships, closeness, togetherness, love, joy. Good. Families coming together. More joy, more happiness, more relationships, Virgo. Vacation, Virgo. And then we have the Moon. Okay, so I feel as though the direction that you're meant to go is not going to be clear, and that is frustrating. But I feel like that is what helps you to get out of your head, and it helps you just to experience what it is that you're experiencing in December and moving forward. So I believe that, you know, when you do that spinning thing and you spin around until you kind of get dizzy, but you can kind of pick up certain things as you're coming to, because you've just been spinning, so you're looking at the world a slightly different way. I feel like this is the energy of the Moon here. So I feel like in a certain way things are not clear. You're not getting a full understanding of, not everything's a perfect formula, not everything's a perfect equation, but I do feel like and a fair bit of inspiration. This is actually the position of Mars, if you're curious. And Mars is in Pisces, and this is the card of Pisces. So it's that whole creative kind of very creative Piscean Mars, which is called at detriment. Mars is not supposed to be in Pisces. Mars likes a straight line, and Pisces is wavy. But I feel like in this circumstance, I like certain planets in detriment, especially like Mars in Libra or like Mars in Pisces. These are good things in my opinion. A chilled out Mars, you know, a little bit of confusion, but that confusion leads to illusion, and that illusion can lead to finding the truth, right? Here is the next message. It's like Alice in Wonderland, right? So we have the two of the High Priestess. So it's through the pure emotion that you have enlightenment, and that's why the mind has to leave this scenario a little bit. You have to have that no mind technique. The no mind technique is it's a type of meditation in which you're not thinking about anything, right? But it's just like allowing that when you're doing meditating or when you're doing precognition or intuitive work, you want to set your mind in a very clear fashion, in a very kind of a reset fashion, so that anything that needs to come in does. And so I feel like this is like the High Priestess, powerful combination. This is the Ace of Cups up here and the High Priestess here. She's just purely receiving the download. The pure download is coming in, coming through her third eye, straight into the heart center. This is the heart chakra right here. And then we have the Two of Pentacles. Listen, Rome wasn't built in a day, and people are like, okay, so there's going to be a little bit of, it's going to be hard to integrate because you're literally putting the brakes on some stuff. And when you put the brakes on stuff, it's going to be a massive reset. And it's not like something drastic is changing around your life. It's just suddenly one day you wake up and you're like, relationships are the paramount most important thing. And like, why am I spending my days, you know, hunched over my desk instead of nurturing the relationships with the people I care about the most? The next message is the Ace, the Magician. Hey girl, hey, around you. Somebody's casting spells on you, but in a most positive way. So this is someone, this has been coming up for you, Virgo, in a lot of your readings. The Magician, the trickster, is around. It's like, this is like Santa Claus, seriously though, but for adults. Like, so this is like someone who has good intentions. They see you screwing up, they see you wasting your life in your facts and figures, and they're like, shit, Virgo's gonna miss all her relationships or his relationships. They're doing all the facts and figures for the relationships, but they're losing track of everything. So this person in some way manipulates a situation so that you're funneled in the right direction. They give you a little push in the right direction. Here's the Knight of Cups again, a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. Maybe this is what you're kind of hoping for, that there's going to be like a chivalrous offer that is made to you. Maybe you feel like there's tentative offers that are kind of in the periphery of your experience. And this is your hope. This is maybe your fear. The next message is the Knave of Wands, a Sag, Leo, or Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. And so I feel like this is the time to cultivate the direction that you want to go. So before any kind of offer is made, I think that there will be some kind of choice and direction that you make. On the bottom is the Knight of Pentacles, which is Virgo. You're really taking your sweet time, Virgo, here. Now, this could be a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising. It's time to set off on a new direction. But your motivation for this new direction has a lot to do with emotions. Virgos never are motivated by things such as money or, well, some Virgos are, but for most Virgos, the core motivator is relationships, like for most people. And so I think that Virgos do a lot for their relationships, so much so that they lose track of their relationships and doing the tasks for the relationships that they have to do. And so essentially I feel like you're kind of getting your attention brought back in the right direction. And there could be a bunch of different people that are literally, all the suits are represented here. So there's a lot of people hanging around and kind of setting forth in a particular direction, and there's clarity of which direction you're meant to go and what's right for you. pretty beautiful message for Christmas, you guys. I hope you have a wonderful holiday season. Thank you guys for supporting me in the channel. Your 2019s will be available soon down below. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. Hi guys, thanks for joining me and welcome to my channel. This is your reading for December 6th and the 7th and more. Just around whenever you want to watch this, it's fine. It's the new moon in Sagittarius. Hey! And so I'm excited to be here with you guys. Make sure to like and comment the video. Here are some cards for you. This is the Syrian Starseed Tarot, and I'm going to pick two without knowing what sign it is, and then we'll finish up, okay? So we're going to take a look at the first one. We have Ascension. This is the World card, so completion of a large cycle. Now, we are in December completing a lot because we're right before the eclipses. The new moon is typically a beginning energy, but currently I would say that there is quite a bit of influence of completion around us. There's a lot of harsh energy I'll show you in just a moment. This could mean that it's time to go see mom, it's time to connect with your wife, or go to see a very significant woman in your life. Maybe some of you are going on a type of journey to validate or work within your own feminine energy. So for some of you, this actually means that you are going on like a spirit quest for your own divine feminine. This could be a journey within your home. It does not necessarily mean that you have to leave, but many of you will travel. For some of you, this is like the completion of a goal that you set out for yourself as a woman at some point in time. So you feel very accomplished at this time. You feel as though you've achieved something that you've set out to do, and you can look around yourself and see the abundance that you have created. Okay, so here is for Gemini. Ooh, Gemini, look at this. Okay, so let's clarify, knowing that what that is Gemini. Actually, first I want to show you the astrology. There's so many pieces today to it that I almost forget. So let me get Gemini going in terms of the wheel properly. Okay, there we go. So let's see Gemini. There we go. So your new moon is actually happening in the 7th house of partnership. So for some of you, this is like a sign. A relationship is beginning. It's really great. Jupiter's moved into your 7th house. Heads up, Jupiter in the 7th house is the best transit for finding a partner. Although you can find a partner at any time, this is definitely an energy that can facilitate manifesting. And look at Mercury going station right on the 6th, about to move direct and back into Sag as well. So this is a very positive energy in that respect. However, when we look at the chart, we see all these red lines. Now all these red lines are like square wheels. It's like pretty ratty-tatty to try to get from point A to point B. We are looking at a direct square on Uranus in your 11th house. Don't rely on your friends at this time. Just do your own thing. I actually did another reading for you guys today in your December reading, and that was a theme, wasn't it? I got some dislikes for that, but whatever. I hope you guys liked this video and like turn out for more. I never say things to be, never shoot the messenger, just it's the message, right? And so the T-square on Uranus is giving you a lot of friction with regard to your social life, and those ones who are fake friends or frenemies or something, they are going to turn up a bit more. And collectively we're a little bit more dense because Uranus is on a T-square from the North Node and the South Node, so we're not super clued in individually, each of us, each and every single one of us. You do have some creative energy coming through in your 10th house of career. It's Neptune and Saturn together in a conjunction during the time of the eclipse. So pay attention to that. That can give you some really kind of brilliant ideas, insight, stuff that you won't think of at any other time. This transit only happens once a year. Okay, so here are your cards. And your next card is the Adept of Orbs. So we have the Knight of Swords, a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. Somebody's going for a goal. They've set a goal. This could be you. Maybe this is like quick travel to possibly see your mother because you are called upon to do so for whatever reason. It may not be your mother. It could be a very significant woman in your life. Here is the next message. We have the Four of Flames. Happy home, happy family. You feel very self-satisfied. You look around at what you have and you feel like abundance is beaming through you. You feel confirmed. You feel confirmation of your intentions. Two of flames. A woman will tell you some very important insight. It's not intuitive, it's more like practical knowledge. Somebody sees something about you, someone sees something that you are processing, and she's going to bring forward awareness and energy that will lift your consciousness if you are open to it. The next message is the higher self. There's the high priestess. Wow. So on a new moon, the moon is one of the tripartite symbology in the tarot of the woman, which is the Empress, the High Priestess, and the Moon, which we don't actually see here, but it is the new moon, so that is included. So I feel like there will be a very quick call to action that you either accede to and follow through with, or that you ignore. My advice is for you to follow through with it, and like that split second thing that's calling you to action, go for it. On the bottom you have the Temperance card, which is alchemy. This is the Sagittarian card. So I feel like what did I say? A relationship coming into completion. You see something. It's going to be like a blip. It's going to be like a blip on your radar. And if you follow it, you guys are nice and quick. So if you follow it, you will not miss it. So the idea is to follow through with your inclinations. Just to reiterate, because I threw a lot of information at you, I know that the Geminis out there are just super quick with it. You guys know what's going on, but maybe somebody else is cross-watching. They want a little bit more clarity. What's going on is that you're going to have like a sequential series of events. The first one is great gratitude for what you have, or what you have achieved or risen to, or maybe your home, whatever your environment is, you feel very self-satisfied with that. Secondarily, there will be insight that is gained from your interaction with a woman, most notably probably your mother, or maybe even within yourself. And there is a practical lesson in all this awareness, practical awareness and knowledge that comes through to you through reflection. Secondarily, and then finally, thirdly, there will be some kind of very split-second decision that you either jump on or get off of. And I feel like this all has to do with love. Either you make a decision to go out, you make a decision to make a change of plans. It's going to be a very split-second corollary, or the composition of your last few months and maybe even years of experiences, and it'll be very clear for you which way to go. Okay, so let's take a look at the Angelarium cards. And we have Cushiel, which is the angel of punishment. Boom. And I think that this is maybe this is a bit of a warning. It's a warning to release this. This is what's holding you back. You're self-punishing yourself to not be. You need to release this so that when this opportunity comes through, specifically in the early hours of December 7th, you go after it, and you seek the insight that you have been given. You pursue the enlightenment that has been set before you. This is all about vision, different levels of vision, and this is action. So action on the vision you have been given, Gemini. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you guys have a wonderful new moon. I wish you all the best. Bye. Hey everybody, and thanks for joining me. This is a little after daily show information session. So what we're talking about today is the astro chart. So this is the chart for December 15th. It doesn't matter what chart we are talking about. I'm just going to explain to all of you guys who are interested in following along with the readings what the houses mean. So I hope that you guys stick around and watch this. This is just going to be a quick run through. So when I'm doing my daily shows, I always set my chart to Aries. The reason I do that is that Aries is the youngest sign of the zodiac. It governs the first house. So typically Aries is usually set here for general readings because it actually represents the fact that it's the youngest sign. The zodiac starts there. It's definitely the best for those of you guys who have rising Aries because it naturally gives you the chart for how it would look vis-a-vis your personal chart. I'm going to do a second video, which is probably going to be linked in the about section below, regarding how to read your chart vis-a-vis your chart. But to start off, let's start a little bit slower and take a look at the houses. So this is really beginner's information, very common sense knowledge, you know, but it will really help you understand the houses and what they represent to you. So this chart doesn't matter if it's a transit chart for the day or if it's your natal chart for your birth time. So basically, we're taking a look at the houses today. So this is the first house. It's governed by Aries. And so Aries is the youngest sign of the zodiac, as I said. The first house is here, and it represents the personality, the way that you are. This is also where your ascendant is, as in what people see about you, what people perceive about you, and what people consider about you when they think, oh, there goes Varush. Varush is, you know, this way. So my rising sign is Scorpio, and so therefore people perceive me as a Scorpio a lot and often. So yeah, so that's definitely the first house. The second house is here, and it's ruled by the sign of Taurus. Now this is going to be different on your personal chart. Like I said, this is set to Aries, which is the standard way of looking at a general chart for everyone. The second house is ruled by Taurus, and it has to do with money and material possessions and wealth. So this is all about the money that you get for yourself, the money that comes in through your efforts and energies. This is also shopping. So this is such things as going shopping for yourself or seeking out you know, your own wealth in some way. The third house is Gemini. It's ruled by Gemini, and it is governed by the planet Mercury, which is the planet of communication. The third house is the house of communication. Sorry if my cursor was off, but the third house is governed by communication. It also affects short distance travel, brothers and sister relationships. I also associated with primary school education as well as the formative years. Now the formative years span across two houses, the third house and the fourth house, but there is a clear association with things you have learned in your early childhood here. So in this, there's aspects in this house we're talking about stuff that has happened in your early life. The fourth house is here, and this is the house of home. It's governed by Cancer, the sign of Cancer, and ruled by the moon. So we see the moon here. The fourth house rules family, home, everything to do with family relationships and family dynamics. When stuff is going on here, we know that family issues, home issues are on the rise, and something will be happening. Like in this chart, we can see that the fourth house, there's going to be definitely some kind of big question popping up in our family lives if you have a transit of the moon in Cancer in the fourth house. Okay, I don't know if I'm going too fast, but we'll do it again if it's too confusing. The fifth house is relationships. It's romantic relationships rather than partnerships. So this is stuff like dating. It's governed by Leo, which is a very gregarious sign. The fifth house is all about desire, and not sexual desire, not like getting your rocks off. This is about the stuff that you love to do, the things that make you happy. It's also the house of children. It's one of my favorite houses personally. The sixth house is ruled by Virgo. Okay, and so the sixth house has to do with chores, getting things done. It's not necessarily like career and big things. It has to do with getting things done on a day-to-day basis. Also, the big thing about the sixth house is the house of nutrition, what you are eating, how that affects your body, how you exercise. So this is all the sixth house kind of stuff. The seventh house is partnerships, and so partnerships have to do with romantic relationships, serious partnerships. This house is ruled by Libra, which is governed by Venus, right? So Venus is here, but the governor of the seventh house is Venus. And so in the 7th house of partnership, now this partnership can also relate to business, formal business partnerships, not just romantic partnerships. So this can mean like a business venture partnership to do with a business or an idea. The 7th house traditionally is also the house of open enemies. By that I mean enemies that you are aware of. I don't like them, they don't like me, we know about each other. This is the 7th house. So that's the other kind of way to look at the 7th house. But it is the partnership house most of all, and very important house for most of us. Most of us consider that one, you know, we look to that one first. So just to make a distinction, the 5th house is dating and relationships, not just casual dating, not like just wasting time, but it's just having fun in a relationship and, you know, just having romance, while the 7th house is much more practical, the long-term impacts of your relationship. Now we're getting into the really fun house, which is ruled by Scorpio. And so the 8th house is the house of death. It is the house of other people's money coming into your life through estates. You can kind of take notice that it's opposite the 2nd house, which is the house of money that you get. So this is money coming in from outside sources. This is money coming in through your effort. And so here in the 8th house, outside sources, money, Scorpio, ruled by Scorpio, also the house of death and transformation. And finally, the house of sex. This is why I said this house is so fun. So Scorpio rules the house of sex, so therefore that's why they get the rap. But yeah, 8th house is all to do with all these different extreme kind of experiences, and really that it is the house of death and endings. So it's important for you to take notice of that house, especially if you have big transits coming through. Even Saturn or Pluto in the 8th house is a rough go because it lasts so long. It's the ruler of the 8th house, by the way. But we'll talk about that more in detail, but you just need to know the general meanings for the 8th house. The 9th house is beautiful. It's ruled by Sagittarius. It is the house of higher learning and education. So people who have placements here typically are really embedded in academia. They're very intelligent. They usually seek out a lot of formal education, or they are world learners. The 9th house is also governing long distance travel, okay? So that's just the general overview. In the 10th house, we have the house of career and social status. So this is where you get things done. Just as a comparison, the 6th house is day-to-day activities. This is not the house of, you know, career or who you are in the world. It's really about just getting things done on a day-to-day basis. 10th house is where people recognize you, and it's ruled by Capricorn and Saturn. So 11th house is the Aquarian house. It is ruled by Uranus, the planet of, you know, unique thoughts and ideas, for a lack of a better summation. 11th house is actually the house of friendships and good luck and opportunities, windfall, changes of fortune. But interconnection between yourself and others is emphasized in the 11th house. And finally, we have the 12th house, which is governed by Pisces. And this is the house that they call the residual. So anything that doesn't happen in the rest of the transit, so let's say Uranus goes around the zodiac and gets down to the 12th house, anything that Uranus hasn't been able to address in the rest of the houses will be dealt out in the 12th house. The 12th house governs religion. It also governs institutions such as hospitals and mental asylums, although in modern astrology and in modern esoteric thought, that's really been kind of deconstructed and moved away from. So we really take a look at this as the spiritual house connected with authority and rulership, dogma, also big thing here. But I also really think of it as like the last pit stop at the end of the road before you go on the next great adventure. So this is the last gas station before your next stretch. So anyway, I hope that you guys enjoyed this little clarifier, and thank you guys for watching my daily shows. They're on every morning at 8. So we have a bit of a new structure, which means that I do the reading, as you see here below, and then at the end we do a little bit talk on a specific topic. I recently just published a video called the Soulmate Twin Flame Attunement Video Meditation. It's linked in the About section. I am often going to use your guys' charts as examples for the video, for this part of the video where I'm going to be explaining different little topics and things. If you want your chart to be mentioned or used as an example, then please just go over to the meditation and then leave a like and a subscribe there. And I will continually pick from the people who comment and leave a comment in that meditation, and then I will use the people's charts who comment there as a means for source of charts to use as examples. And I can do that for you guys in a kind of I can do that for you guys in like a tell people what your name is, or I can completely hide all your details and just show the chart and just speak in generality. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I hope I clarified the houses for you guys well today. If you have a topic of discussion that you want me to discuss at the end of the show, then I will then let me know in email or just in the comment section below. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye. Guys, thanks for joining me and welcome to this reading for the new moon that's in Scorpio. I don't know which sign I'm reading for, but it'll be this one. I think one of them is Scorpio, so hey girl, hey, it might be you. Now, you guys know, but I don't know. Let me know in the comments if you guys like this kind of reading with the me not knowing and just kind of reading, you know, just blindly. Here we go. Here is your 3 cards. We have the 2 of Swords, okay, and then we have the 7 of Wands, okay, and then we have the Ace of Swords. Ooh, exciting. Okay, so lots of fast communication going on, that's for sure, which is surprising because, well, Mars is in Aquarius, so, okay. I think that both people in this situation have basically decided to call a truce. Now, if that's coming back together or staying apart, I don't think that that's even really being considered at this point. I think what is being considered is just, I think that there is this, okay, let's just stop. Let's just stop this energy. This is not getting anywhere. If you're not involved in a situation with anybody else, then I feel like you are wanting things just to be agreeable and copacetic and move along slowly so that you can present what you want to the world or to the world around you or work or whatever. So you're just wanting to kind of decrease the complexity of the circumstances that you're involved in so that you can bring forward a clearer message or have more time for practical things. And I think you're about to say something, but more likely something is coming in with a message, and that message will make things more complicated, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I just think that you're going to have to define what you want with this a bit more. So you're going to have to work to be able to present your identity or to present your energy in a clear and concise way. And then the Ace of Swords coming in, you will have to address it. It's like almost like you don't get something for nothing. So if you want to have this strong, bold identity and idea and present it to the world, you have to sometimes negotiate it against competing ideas or maybe just other facets of your life. So you're just doing the work, but I think that the nice thing is that you have come to like realize that you just really want things to be straight, which is great. Okay, so here is the sign. Sorry, in my head it says not straight like straight gay, because we want like all wavy, circular, all straight, curvy, everything's good. So this is for Taurus. Hey Taurus. Yeah, Taurus is just like enough is enough. If I recall correctly, your recent readings have been kind of about people taking away from your good fortune. And I think that's because you're such a good, willing sign. I love Tauruses. I don't get along with every single one. I don't get along with every single person from every single sign. There's just like anything else. There's not one. But with Tauruses, I just find that even the ones I don't get along with, I like on some level, and even if I haven't had a like whatever the nature of the relationship is, Tauruses never disappoint me. Like, I always hold them in esteem, and you guys are just, I just have to say. And right now you have a new moon in your 7th house, and maybe that's why I'm being so dramatic with my statements, because partnership, right? You're drawing in that energy. I don't have a Taurus in my life currently that I'm, I just can feel this energy and the pull of the new moon already kind of welcoming in that kind of, maybe this is where somebody's like hitting you up and saying something, Taurus. Maybe this is where it's coming from. Okay, so we have some awesome asteroids and fixed stars guiding this reading. I'm going to do those on Vimeo, which is extended, because not everybody wants that complexity. And it's my way of saying thank you to everybody who supported the extended November readings. So you get 2 readings there instead of 1 for every sign. So thank you guys for that. But the important thing about this new moon is that it's a sextile between the 7th house and the 9th house, right, of ideas. It's at the Pluto and Vesta are at the top of your chart, and so is the South Node. So how do you say this? Like, a lot of work that you have to do right now, Taurus, has to do with like your life really requires that you let go of some things, and maybe this is why people have disappointed you, because it looks like through many generations you have been disappointed, and this sextile to the new moon is in some way informing this transit to be like, aha, like I need more in partnerships, I need more from them, and I deserve more. Jupiter in the 7th house is also aspected well, and it's bringing luck. It's actually the last moments before Jupiter moves into Sagittarius on the 8th. And so for some of you, the new moon is on the 8th, by the way. If you live in East Asia, or if you live in Australia or New Zealand, it's on the 8th. But Jupiter is in its last moment of Scorpio, and so I feel like this is usually a very lucky transit when Jupiter is in the 7th house for partnerships. So many of you have had significant, movement forward towards partnered relationships. But I feel like it's also aspecting the South Node and the North Node. The North Node, it's a trine, which is this triangle here, and the South Node is a sextile, which is actually probably the more potent energy. The North Node is by itself on this side of the chart. It's unaspected. There's not much with it to help. So where the energy is actually most potent is around here at the top of your chart. And it's almost like a hot air balloon that has risen and is still tied to the ground with rope. And as you release attachments to the past, you allow yourself to float higher and higher and higher. And for you, the focus for the last little bit is family and home. So this is an improvement of family relationships. Now, some of this you can say, I don't have time, Varush. Like, I'm not going to see my family till next week, and it's going to be too late then. No, because if you do the inner work, whatever you have time for, whatever you can do, the more that you work towards counteracting whatever's been coming up. So, for example, if a pattern that has come up for you, Taurus, is a lack of gratitude around you, spend some time expressing gratitude to people and see if that loosens it up. That's a really easy way. There's a lot of techniques to be able to do such things, but that's a really good way. If you feel you've been lied to, call 5 people to whom you've lied or maybe told a white lie to, or if you don't lie, which I don't really believe anyone does, but like, be honest, or do something that counteracts the energy, that balances it out, you know? If nobody smiles at you while you're walking to work, or then try to go smile at some people and see how that affects this. So it could be things that you don't expect. Something tells me that it could be, not something, it's in the 10th house. So it could be family, career stuff, public image stuff. It could be your thoughts also. That's a really powerful thing when you change your mind. Free your mind and the rest will follow. Who knows the song? Let me know in the comments below. Yes? So anything else that you kind of can release at this time. This is really deep karma. This is the past life karma, and this is your natural aptitude to see. So I feel like you have the ability to recognize these things. And it's a sextile to Jupiter, so there's all this positive energy to really release some things. So it's that peaceful frame of mind and know where the virtue is. So it's time to move forward and kind of put it into play. Okay? Mercury is in Sagittarius. It's with Icarus. So don't start telling a bunch of people off that you want to end relationships with them. If it's a part of your journey that you want to end things a little bit, then please do so. But watch it, because it's the 8th house, and as we know, Icarus flew up to the sky, burned his wings, he fell to the ground. It was not a good scene at all. And so you don't want to get too ambitious with your communication about endings, because it's the 8th house. Other stuff you can be ambitious about. And as you kind of warm up this area of your chart, you know, as you really work on it, then that pushes it in this direction where there's not much else, right? Good stuff. So I like this message for you guys. I feel like it's I feel like it's the right one. You know, you have to prepare yourself. This is virtue, right? The seven of wands, virtue. And it's like, you have to prepare yourself for the next little while, because when Uranus moves back in the 1st house, it's your show, boss. Come on. So in 2019, it's all about Taurus. Taurus is going to be really lit, really powerful energy there in Taurus. You know, lightly aspected, trining certain areas of your chart. Really well positioned sign. Okay, for 2019. We'll talk about that more later, obviously, but let's pick some star seed tarot. And as I said, I'll do the fixed stars and the asteroids. I told you guys about Icarus, but I'll tell you some of the other ones later. Okay, so let's see. We have on Vimeo, sorry, you can get it down below. 7 of chalices. Okay, that's the Venus in Scorpio. So Venus was just in Scorpio, just finished up, and now she's in Libra. So she's still retrograde, but only for a week longer after the new moon. And so this is the 6th house. This is beauty. Have you not been, well, no, this is a focus on beauty. I was going to say, have you not been taking care of yourself? But it's not about that. It's about, no matter where, at what state in the game you are, it's a really good time for you, Taurus, to take care of your beauty a little bit more. Figure out what's missing in your routine, right? The Strength card, Leo, okay? And then we have the 2 of crystals, which is the 2 of pentacles. Hey girl, hey. Okay, so I feel like Leo 7. I think that you're wondering whether or not the things that you believe about yourself, the things that you have observed, whether they're real or they're just imaginings. And I think you're getting hung up on that. But something within you, like a turbine, your soul wants to move forward. It does. And so depending on how many lives you've lived and how many past lives have gone through this, if you believe in past lives, I'm totally okay if you don't. Like I try to incorporate both types of viewpoints. But I feel like this is you, kind of like, it almost like you've been spinning your wheels and, you know, like Mario Kart. I don't know if you guys played Mario Kart. I'm aging myself, but like you play Mario Kart and you gotta like spin your wheels before the green light goes, and then you just zoom out of there. This is like you with Mario Kart. And then you're gonna move forward and make practical steps in the right direction, one step after the other, carefully moving forward. So you're going through a process of kind of a definition of your identity. You know, it's a definition of your identity. You're asserting who you are, and then you're putting you're putting seeds in the ground, you're putting stakes in the ground, you're defining what that means to be Taurus. Okay? On the bottom I have the release card, Metamorphosis, Scorpio. Hey, I'm surprised that card didn't show up more in your chart, but you have this change, transformation within your partnerships, but that can be increased for the better. So it's not necessarily an ending. New moons actually release something new. So it could be Scorpio coming into your life, but it could be also a sense of personal transformation, you know, a sense of personal transformation and movement forward and releasing, leaving the past in the past, especially to do with self-doubt and criticism, and now really trying to go for it. Remember, right now through early next year, you're really... So you learned your lesson earlier this year about people taking your flowers. You guys remember that video? And so everybody took your flowers, because I think of Ferdinand, right? So everybody took your flowers, Taurus, and everyone took your flowers, and you have got to go back to the drawing board, and in some way you have to go back to the drawing board and in some way figure out how you're going to defend your flowers from now on. Not to become an asshole, but in some way, how are you going to become you and not get sidetracked in the process and taken away from, okay? I know you can do it. Take it slow, one day at a time, move forward, release your karma, whatever you're attached to that's holding you back, you don't need it anymore, okay? Thank you guys so much for watching. Have a nice day. Bye. Hi guys, thanks for joining me and welcome to this reading for the new moon on the 7th. I'm excited to be here with you guys. We're going to read for one of these signs. So I'm going to choose this one, and we're going to take some tarot cards to first see what the general energy is before we take a look at your cards, okay? So without knowing what sign it is. Okay. Sorry, I was just troubleshooting something as usual. Okay, so we have the 5 of Pentacles first, and then we have the Chariot, okay, and then we have the 2 of Swords. Okay, the Chariot is ruled by Cancer, right? I feel as though you've been dealing on a deep level with issues to do with money and finances. So you feel like the things in your heart can't be manifested without more resources, and you have that really deeply ingrained in the way that you relate to things. So you feel like, and you have justifications for why to achieve what you want in there. I know you can't see it very well, that little green space place. You can't get there without more resources. You're somehow kept from it in a physical way. And it may not be money, it could be like distance or time or whatever, but you feel like you're constantly struggling with getting to where you want to be, financially or physically, right? I feel like you're making peace with that, with this new moon and this time in general. Maybe this has to do with the new moon in Scorpio, so you're really kind of coming to terms with the energy of that. Maybe a Cancer is helping you to make peace with your circumstances and your situation, or maybe there is just overwhelming positive energy that you're feeling at this time. Remember, the North Node is moving into Cancer, so we'll see in a moment where that is. And then we have the Two of Swords, and so what this represents is that you will be making peace with that idea or that kind of restrictive thought. Now you'll be going in a direction that feels good, and a direction that kind of makes sense and is no longer restricted. Okay, so the next message I have is Virgo. Oh, hey Virgo, how's it going? Really, a lot of people are talking about this, like restrictions with money, physical worry, but I think you'll make your peace with whatever it is that you're dealing with. Okay, okay. Let's see. Let's see your chart. So this is the chart I'm going to read for you guys today. Here's the new moon in your third house of communication. But I feel like I'm going to do a deeper reading on Vimeo. And that's for everybody who got the Buy All package for November. There will be a short video that goes into asteroids and fixed stars on Vimeo. So if you want to go check that out, please do so. So we have new moon in the third house, and it's going to be a wonderful portal. Sorry about that. Wonderful portal of new beginnings, taking a new direction. And in the third house, you're really able to manifest something new, like really call something into being and just bring it forward. Jupiter is finishing up its transit of your third house. So whatever ideas or whatever things you want to say or do, this is the last opportunity to do so. Everything is being clarified and made fair. And so now there's a reconciliation of your communication style, and also of things that have been said to you, about you, around you, all that stuff. Okay, now this new moon is an aspect to Pluto in the fifth house, which is passion, and not really aspecting Saturn, but it is definitely aspecting, it's aspecting Pluto. Or it is actually aspecting Saturn in a semi-square. But, okay. So on the one hand, you have the breaks, and on the other hand, you have this kind of powerful energy that's pushing you towards speaking with desire, speaking through your desire, through your passions, and really kind of saying what you want and making it happen. Pluto is an exoplanet, which means that it deals with very deep central karma or unified karma, collective karma, all that stuff. Vesta helps you understand what you really want and need, and able to articulate it. So speak it into action. If you don't have anyone to speak it to, then write it down in some way for yourself, or whatever you need to do to bring that energy about. Now, Jupiter is an aspect also through this new moon with the nodes. The North Node about to be moving into your 11th house, right, into Cancer, right here, of friendship. So a friend's coming in already. And then the South Node moving into your 5th house, where you will even more dislodge yourself from hang-ups that prevent you from living a life that you desire. And that's really important. So now you're kind of breaking away and breaking free in a direction that will be full of desire, or more desire than you've ever felt before, Virgo. And so the North Node is now switching over to Cancer. I'll do a separate video for this, and this will bring focus of people who will help you to, in some way, set forward a new path, new friendship, new possibilities. And this is all in aspect, a trine and a sextile to Jupiter. So you will have opportunities to currently release patterns on the day-to-day, possibly patterns that have been wasteful, and now start focusing on the spiritual guidance of what you truly want. I feel like this new moon portal, it's a portal, is really to do with enlightenment for you, Virgo. Not enlightenment about the world at large, but much more so about where your desire is, what you've been doing with your time, what patterns you've been in that have been not productive, and exactly where does your spirit want to go. And I keep touching this. So Two of Swords, right? Your spirit wants to go in the way of peace or something like that. Now, if you want to talk about the astrology, I feel like deeper, then I'm going to do the stars, the asteroids on Vimeo. So that's going to be there for you. So next we're going to look at the Syrian Starseed Tarot. Get 3 cards from that. So we have, they're really big, hey? Beautiful cards. Okay, 3 cards. Syrian Starseed Tarot. Okay, so first message, we have the 6 of Flames. Okay, so this is that clarity that I'm saying. And it's not coming from even this lifetime. It's a clarity to do with like a universal principle that you're really keenly aware of. It's like you know that you love art, or you know that you love dogs, or you know that you love cars. Whatever it is, you just know that you love that thing and you want to bring it in your life. And you're going to have actually 2 years of refining that desire. And so as you refine it and purge attachments to things that deprive you of what you want, you will be pushed forward further towards things that you ways in order to create that in your life, and that will be through connections with other people. So speaking your heart and making it happen, it's going to be a big feeling with this new moon. So it may not happen externally quite yet, but the more that you sense the feeling all around you, and so it's going to be really kind of the engine of this. And it's really good practice with this new moon, especially since it's in Mercury in the 3rd house of communication. Write it, say it, vision board it, whatever. Make some kind of documentation, if only to yourself, okay? Let the universe know that you have been successful and you're going in this direction, and that's what you want. The next message is, we have the Great Wheel, the Wheel of Fortune, Jupiter. Jupiter moving into your 4th house of home and family. So really good energy with that, turning things around. The first 3 weeks are going to be weird because Mercury is here. Mercury is with Icarus here, the asteroid Icarus. And now since we're talking about this, I'll let you know. I was going to keep this for Vimeo, but because I didn't think it was that relevant. But Mercury's with Icarus. It's about to go retrograde on the 16th. And I feel like in the 4th house, what you're dealing with Jupiter moving over is like improvement of relationships with family and anybody who's around your house, your home situation's improving. But Icarus flew up to the sky and didn't heed warnings, and he was overly ambitious and he fell to his death, right? And he didn't heed warnings of other people. So what you need to do here is, if you're in an altercation or a conflict with someone, Virgo, especially in your home or family, it's important for you to not get overzealous and overly communicating, especially at this time. In 3 weeks when Mercury's direct in December, do it, go ham. You have 13 months. We'll talk about this more when in the Jupiter video that I do for Jupiter and Sag, but like you have 13 months. So just don't start breaking things down and hoping for a turnaround right at the beginning. Give it 3 weeks and then the improvement will come, okay? The next card, the next message, we have the 9 of Cups. And so this is wish fulfillment. Pretty big cards, Virgo. Desire is yours, right? Like anything you want. But it's not like, here's a puppy. Well, no, I hope it's a puppy. But like, whatever you want, on a deep soulful level, or even giving yourself a permission to want something. So I have this client who's been getting readings from me for 4 years, and I really like her. She's a wonderful woman and she has a great story. She's actually allowed me to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it right now, and she's a Virgo. Hey, hi, I'm going to talk about you right now. I just spoke with her, and I got permission. And so anyway, so whenever I see her chart for 4 years, and she's been through quite a story, there's been a lot going on, and each time I've read her chart, I was like, why are you not an artist? Like, why are you not painting? And she keeps saying, like, I don't think I should, or I don't think I can, I don't think I'm good enough, and all these different facets of it. And I feel like this is exactly what's being flushed out here, is the no's and the I don't think I can. There's barriers, these attachments. Now for her, this is very explicit, an easy example, but for many people, these are subtle things that are even hard to pinpoint that you're doing. So, you know, release of blockages is definitely coming. So that's the reading now. I'm going to show you one more card and then we'll finish up. But yeah, so this is going to be looked at again on Vimeo, and I'm going to look at the fixed stars and asteroids. The reason I'm doing an extended for this video is because this is a sequence of a big portal. There's like a big opportunity to change your life right now. Whenever we go through transitions, that's when our lives, our eyes are opened up and we see ways forward. So let's honor that. So on Vimeo, I'll kind of explain that and we'll give it more time. On the bottom, you have the Eight of Trees, which you can't see, obviously. And so Eight of Trees and the skill card, this is the Sun in Virgo. This is our card. So I feel like with the Jupiter card here, Nine of Chalices, victory, I think that you're definitely going in some direction that you truly want. And you don't have to go fast, you know? You don't have to go fast. You're going from a place in which there was a lot of doubt and worry, but I think you're moving to a place in which you get what you truly want. You get your wish fulfilled. Okay? Thank you guys so much for joining me, and come check it out on Vimeo. Thank you. Bye. My channel, and I'm excited to be here with you guys, and welcome. So this is your daily tarot talk for like the last week of November. How about that? I've kind of given up on trying to do, you know, dailies, because obviously there's lots of content available for you guys. Speaking of which, your 2019s are out. They're not in the about section today because we have a special announcement in just a few minutes, but you can find it in your playlist, and so you can go into your playlist through my homepage or just save it or type Varouche, your sign, and you'll find it. So watch those playlists because there's content added to them daily. Hopefully you guys are doing well. I'm excited to be here. The first thing we're going to do is take a quick look at your astrology for today. Sorry, we're going to do your, not astrology, we're going to do your Lenormand for today, and then I'm gonna make my announcement, which I'm super excited about. It's super crazy and hilarious, and I hope you guys enjoy it. And then what's going to happen, we're going to do a tarot reading. So, and we're going to talk about the North Node today because I think it touches upon your North Node readings. So all the North Node readings are out, and I would recommend that you guys pay attention to them. What's going on? Okay. Oh, I know what I did. I'm just fixing things. Sorry, to the side. So I'm like Kramer. I like pop in and like it's all like a mess. I think my spirit animal is Kramer. Anyway, make sure to like the video, comment, and subscribe. I'm so excited about this announcement. It's gonna be like we're gonna play games this weekend. That's all it is. I'll give you some. We're gonna play some games and it's gonna be just fun. And I hope it works out. So I hope it makes you guys happy. Okay? So let's please don't distract the chat. Whoever said that, just delete that person. That is not okay to talk about explicit things. My wonderful moderators are here. They know what to do. Okay, so let's do it. Christmas time. Let's take a look at our energy. Please don't spoil it for other people, okay? So we have the skies. Speaking of which, how do you guys like my icicles? We got the icicles going. Oh shit, sorry about the, well, it's the clover, which is like a pure clover rover. Let's do this. So we have the clover and we have the garden. So something ends and suddenly it's like a whole push of new energy that's coming into your life. So something, you guys had a big full moon. I had a big full moon. That's why I was offline, because it was like a little crazy, to tell you the truth. So it feels like something has ended for you, and only almost on the heels of it, there's been this like breakthrough moment. And I know you can't really see it because I didn't spend enough time getting my settings right, but hey girl, hey, it's Mercury retrograde, let's blame that. And that's in my first house. Yeah, intense. The full moon was in my 7th house. Girl, I had realizations about people over the last several years, and man, oh man, like I'm like a ride and die friend, so like when it's really hard for me to not care about people, but finally I don't care about some people that don't deserve me caring about them anymore. So nothing happened between me and them. It was just like coincidental things came through, awareness, epiphanies. You guys are going to hear about it, but and then we have the garden. So I do feel as though something comes to a sharp end, and I like super relate to that with what I just said, and boom, you know, like that, the scythe, this is business. So super stoked for that. Let's pick 3 more cards. And we have the man, okay, the end of the man, maybe, and then we have the child at the center, and then we have the compass, which is one, I love this deck. This is the Gilded Reverie, and they have these extra cards, which I love. So the compass, I feel as though you know what to do about your relationship with someone, and especially if a child's involved, you really know which direction to take with things. So I feel like your lucidity and clarity on issues, you know, really understanding which direction you are going for. Somebody asked me, maybe it's a Scorp rising thing. Yeah, it's definitely a Scorp rising thing, because the full moon happened in our 7th house of partnership. So if you're a Scorpio rising, this is, you had that full moon, boom, right in the middle of your 7th house of partnership. That's exactly what it is. Okay, so here is the next message. Boom, we have the heart. Okay. By the way, I don't want you guys feeling bad for me. Things are good. This is like old situations, you know? Old situations that I felt guilty about, that I felt bad about. Don't feel bad about them anymore. Boom. There we go. The boom is back. And then we have the woman. So good luck for women and children. So if you're dealing with an issue to do with children, things are heading in your favor. And here's the other man, ladies. Okay. So I feel as though maybe one situation has transformed. I don't think he doesn't love you anymore. I don't think so. Oh, there's going to be tea on this. Oh my goodness. I was just going to say gossip, which is the birds. The reason I'm doing the little chit chat / Lenormand intro is because I want everybody to kind of, you know, come in, and you guys don't get notified the same way about my channel being online live as other people for whatever reason. So we want to do this. So let's talk about this. How many of you guys are going through this? My goodness. So it looks like you fell off or fell out, or someone dipped on you a little bit, a guy, especially if you're dealing with a guy. And I feel like the feelings are still there. And I feel like it's an ego issue, and I feel like they're making you feel, they're being childish. They're making you feel a way about it just because they're trying to protect their ego. Maybe you even rejected them, and now they're telling other people to tell everybody that they rejected you. They're trying to make it seem like, you know, maybe on the social media a little bit of gossip, a little bit of pokey, man-child. Exactly, Samara, you're right. Bang on, boom, end of the man-child. But I have a feeling like this energy will come back around. And remember, there's always going to be people who feast off of that energy, people who are other women, other men. It's all there. However, I feel as though in this situation, look at this. Would you look at that? What is that? Would you look at that? Oh my goodness, I just remembered this. Would you look at that? Tell me who that is, and I don't know. I'll say thank you. I'll pick this oracle card for anybody who knows what I'm referencing, because I have no clue. And it's like, would you look at that? Who is that? Who out there knows? And make sure to like and comment. What is that? Would you look at that? It's like a Midwest accent, maybe like Yeah, would you look at that? What is this? I think it's like Saturday Night Live or something. Really funny. So please tell me what I'm referencing, because you're going to save me a lot of time in trying to figure it out. But back to the reading. It looks really good. It looks like this person's up in their feelings. Low key, I feel like this is the person who truly loves you. So, But I think that they set you free, and you're free, my dear. You're free and you're prowling. And look at this. Would you look at that? Does anybody know? I don't know, and I love this one. Oh my God. Would you look at that? Do you guys know? Is this no? Is this just me? I guess so. Oh my goodness. So I feel like we have I'm gonna figure it out. You guys are gonna hear this a lot. Hashtag would you look at that? So we have the heart. There's definitely going to be romance in your near future. And I feel like there's gossip too, yeah. I don't think I'm doing it right, but I think there's romance too. And I feel as though it comes from plurality. It's like they set you free and you're like, fine. I do have a sense as though there's other people who in some way are feeling a way about things, or maybe they've latched on to, it's definitely not South Park, no. So I'm thinking like short blonde hair. I think it's like Adam Sandler or something like that. Something like this. I quote Saturday Night Live way too much. Anyway, so I feel like, yeah, would you look at that? The person who figures that one out is going to be the champion. But anyway, so I feel like, yes, a situation blew up in your face. It went left field, but the person has deep feelings for you. And I feel like there's even like a little low-key taunting that's going on as well, like from left field. There's like a little bit of gossipy, like other people trying to get up in your business or trying to make things sour, even though things are settled. Maybe there's even been some childish behavior to try to create all this church lady on Saturday Night Live, maybe. Maribel, can you just remember Mex Deb, because I'll lose the would you look at that? I think so. I think you're right. But I feel like, okay, so there's been feelings, and I really feel this is not really in the readings, but there is childish activity around this, childish behaviors, and I feel like there's someone who's speaking their mind, or they're commenting about not their situation, but they're not involved in the situation. So it's like somebody is trying to low-key bully you, or like try to make you seem one way or another, to try and latching on to like the negative things, and this person is actually motivated by deep hurt, rejection, or like embarrassment, right? So I feel like this person acted up because they were being petty, and then right away like the parasites kind of locked in on it and tried to exploit it for all that it is. And I feel like you're fine. I feel like it's like karmically, it's like take all this gunk. I talk about this sometimes, but in Jewish faith, right? When somebody speaks ill about you, I love this. I go by this. You say thank you to them because they're taking on your energy. They're taking responsibility for your energy in front of everybody else. So they're taking on all that negativity that they're speaking about you. So in some way it feels very much like that, like all this energy kind of had an opinion latched onto a situation that was mostly unfortunate, and maybe a little bit of personal problems somebody had. But I feel like this person really, really loves you. So hold on, put that in your back pocket. I don't think you should definitely you know, entertain this. This person is still wielding the scythe, so they're still going to be ruthless or reckless with things. But I feel like they have a deep love or a deep connection there. So be careful. There's pariahs. That's the word I'm looking for. There's pariahs around. But I think that the woman, which I think is most of you, or you could be one of the two men, just flip it around if you're like a guy watching, or if you're homosexual, make it work for you. Bisexual, you know the connection. But I feel like just the moment that it happened, it's almost like a plethora of positivity. Just Alicia got it right. It's Ed Bassmaster. That's right, here on YouTube. You guys can check it out. My ex-boyfriend would make me watch it all the time, and I kind of don't like it, but it's funny. Would you look at that? That's true. You guys go check out his channel. He's funny. Not my kind of humor, but like I do like. Listen, let's be honest. I like his humor, but my ex would make me watch it so much that I got difficult, but it's etched in my head. You're right. That's Ed Bassmaster on YouTube. So go check him out. I haven't seen one of his videos in years, but anyway, would you look at that? I can't do it because it's from YouTube. Shit. Okay. Because you can't like really copy people. It's not it's not cool. Anyway, so I feel like, yeah, so I feel like you've been set free, you know, and I think that there's still the energy is, don't dwell in the chit chat. Don't dwell in the opinions of others. They're just gossiping because this person was in their feelings. They were a little flamboyant, you know. No, it's Ed Bassmaster. It's Alicia's got it right. So Alicia gets the card. Sorry, I forgot. It is Ed Bassmaster. I know for sure. Alicia, here's your card, dear. So you have, sorry, it's a little translucent, but you have the retreat. So it's time to take a pause out of whatever's going on for you, dear. Yeah, you got it. Would you look at that? Can't use it, though, because he's a YouTuber. Jeez. Okay. But I feel like amid all these opportunities, it feels like, well, Jupiter is with the sun. So amid all this positivity you are being given so many different directions, and almost immediately, and I think this guy's kind of hunkier, hey? I don't know who's cuter. This guy, I feel bad for him. I feel like his little heart, you know? Poor little heart. He had a temper tantrum, and then you checked it and he didn't like it, so he had a bigger temper tantrum and started more drama. But anyway, I feel like this is the connection. Like this is the juice. Like, look at this. It's like, hello. Yeah. Not in my case. I don't mature. Maybe maturity in terms of years, but I'm very sensitive when people say the other man is older. I'm like, no thanks. I'll pass. Samira, leave those hexes and curses away from me. Anyway, so, but I do feel like this person's dwelling. I feel like there's a chance that they may get their shit together and kind of come back around. But for the time being, leave that be. And maybe a little jealousy will motivate him, you know? Maybe a little jealousy will will motivate him, and you just enjoy yourself, miss. I didn't expect this to be so long, but I'm excited. As you guys can tell, I'm super excited. Now, how many of you guys looked in the description box? Because I can't see what's going on in the description. So I don't know if this is going to be a stampede or what, but make sure to like and comment because I'm about to make a big announcement. Not a big one, it's just kind of like, hey, it's Saturday, it's raining, let's have fun. So what I'm going to actually do is do live readings today and tomorrow on YouTube, and it's kind of a part of a donation package. So I was like sitting here, I'm like, I need a new drum. I need a new instrument, and so I'm like, hey, let's make it like a fun thing for everybody to participate in. So what I'm gonna do is do 2 shows on my other channel called Tarot Talks. The link is down below, and what you guys can do is get one of the packages that are on my website. I provided the link in the description, and you guys can get a live reading with me today and tomorrow. It's very limited, so hopefully it works for you guys. You guys don't have to wait. And what we're going to do is actually do it live on Tarot Talks tonight at 7 p.m. and tomorrow night at 7 p.m. And what you're going to see is something like this. Actually, I'll use exactly the same background, and I'll bring in your chart, and I'll tell you what's going on in your chart over the next year or so. And the reading will be like 20 to 30 minutes. It's not a timed reading, but definitely not more than 30 minutes. And I'm also going to pick 4 cards from the tarot. I think I decided on the Tarot Templar to give you some guidance for the next year. So it's just for fun. I you know, like, I want to drum, so let's do it. Let's hang out on Saturday and Sunday together. And I'll pick like 4 cards like this. You know my 4-card spread. So we'll do this little simple 4-card spread. I'll tell you about your astro. It's not going to be super detailed, but it's going to be definitely like fun. So you guys have to be available for both days between 7 and 9 p.m. I'll contact you with your time. All the description is on my website, so you have to make sure to abide by all the rules. And then if you're flexible and you want it, by the way, I do have 1 slot available at a discount rate, so if you don't have a lot of money, then please buy that one. It's just $40. So if you want to do like a reduced rate, but if you have money, like, just do honestly only if you don't have money, buy that one. Or if you don't have a lot of money at this time, then just go get that. And I won't tell anybody that you got the reduced one, because I'm not gonna air out your things, right? Okay, so sorry, I got distracted by something for a minute. So that's what we're gonna do. You're gonna get 4 cards like this today and tomorrow. You'll know ahead of time which slot you get, and so I'll tell you guys as soon as possible which slot you got, so you know when to be there, and you have to be there on time. So if you're not there on time, you forfeit everything and no refunds. You know, obviously it's kind of a thing. So you guys get a quick look, because I don't think I'll be able to do 2019 previews for you guys before January. Maybe we'll do them in January for whoever's interested, but this is probably the best way, if you haven't gotten a reading already, to get a reading with me. And you'll get it on video, which is different than what you usually get when you do readings with me, because I usually just do phone consultations. So no waiting. I get a drum. Everybody's going to hear it. It's going to be fun, okay? So enough talk about that. Just go into the description box if you're interested in that, okay? Okay, so let's talk about the astrology. Today I wanted to talk about Jupiter and the Sun. I wanted to show you guys this. So we have the Sun at 2 degrees, Jupiter at 3. This is a conjunction now. So good luck coming through. Awareness, consciousness, self-awareness. All these good things coming through in your life. But I also want to talk about the North Node, because we have a neat aspect on the North Node. It's a neat aspect that's sort of, how do you say, it's sort of common but sort of not. It's called a kite. So you can see this. It's a big kite, right? A kite is it's like a kite. And so it's off the South Node to the North Node. One of the problems, so if you've watched my North Node video Cancer, South Node video Capricorn, you should, and you haven't, then you should go down and get your, you should watch it in your playlist. But one of the problems for 2019-2020 is that Cancer does not have many transits around it, right? Like, except in June and July when we have the eclipse and the Sun and the whole shebang, Mars and Venus or whatnot. And so with the North Node in Cancer, what we're looking at here is this is the direction our consciousness is going over the next little while. And so without too many transits supporting us, I don't think I explained individually in detail enough what's going to happen. We're going to sense a longing for this direction. So wherever this is happening in your chart, you're going to want to be there, but there's going to be a few things that will be easily accessible for you to get there. So you're going to be looking for transits like the moon in Cancer, or other transits coming through like the sun, Mars, Venus, and Mercury in June and July, to be able to get a bigger push in this direction. Other ways to access this energy is through things like what we're seeing right now. It's the kite, right? So this is the back, right, with the south node. You know how a kite flies, and this is the nose, right? So you're being pushed forward in this energy, but this is still a very weak energy, so you need to be very attentive to the way that it's pushing you now, and really be there for it, show up for it. So with Jupiter and the Sun here in Sagittarius creating a conjunction, and that creating a perfect trine or a near perfect trine to Chiron in Pisces, I think that there's a lot of potential to own your stuff, own your whatever's going on in your heart and whatever has been hurting you. There's a lot of positive energy coming to help you heal that aspect of yourself. And if you just pay attention, listen, and just kind of sit still for a minute, you will have the opportunity to in some way push forward and find some healing. So this could be some really deep healing with like large life patterns. Like I mentioned for myself, a lot of these things that I found closure in, I was just minding my business. One thing was like some random IG clip about a rapper that had nothing to do with me. I was watching it and I was like, and I had like a realization about a person I know, and it was just so groundbreaking. And I've been in a conundrum about this person for a while, and you know, I realized it, and it was like breathtaking. So, you know, pay attention and listen to the world right now, and it's gonna push you in the right direction, but you need to be really open and at peace and, you know, in a positive space to be able to do that. So here is your oracle card for this set of transits. We have illusion, right? So breaking through illusion in order to break away from attachments of the past, especially for us collectively. The South Node in Capricorn means our attachments within our social strata, who we are in the world, and what it means to the world about who we are. How locked in are we on our world? Like, how locked are we in on our environment, our situations and circumstances, who we are to other people? How are they going to let us do more or do less in our lives? So like, other people can't keep us accountable, right? But they keep us also in the same place as we've always been. So it's really hard to kind of break away sometimes. And so this is kind of the awareness piece of how to break away and what's been keeping you at where you've been. Okay, so without keeping this too long, I'm so excited. It's such a celebration. So I'm going to do my updated and clarified spread, and we're going to take a look at basically the general energy. This is for November 24th, 25th, you know, the last week of November, whatever. We just want to see what's up. Okay, so this kind of represents water, the water element. And so what we have here is Chariot, which is a water card. It is the card of Cancer. So really putting a closure on things. Cancers are known to trickle emotionally. I have Venus in Cancer. So exactly what I was telling you about, like, not necessarily inappropriately, but really it takes a while to not care about people and situations, and I feel like you're really putting an end to that, closure to that. Or maybe there's a real kind of like, you still care on a human level, but you don't necessarily care on an individual level. Or maybe Remember that guy in the heart, you know, really cutting someone off for being childish and then moving forward, and almost immediately, just like magic, Jupiter conjunct the sun, very lucky, someone new coming into your life. Now, if you're a man watching this and you date women, switch it around. Or if you are a guy who dates guys or a girl who dates girls, just adjust it to your alignment. Here is the next message. We have the Death card, more water, and this is in the earth element. So something big is changing, transformation and change, breaking away from the norm. I feel as though this could be move away from like just a dramatic love energy towards a more physical or primal energy in terms of passion. So there's something dishonest about loving someone at face value, right? Like when you don't know someone and you're like, I love you. Yes, I know that's dramatic and romantic, but like, what do you actually love about them beyond their physiochemistry or, you know, what they look like or whatever. So it's kind of superficial if you think about it, loving someone on the surface. Whereas this is like, I like you a lot. I like what you look like. I like what you sound like. I like the energy that you have, and I want to get to know you better. One thing about Scorpios that rule the Death card is that they're very intense up front, right? Scorpios, they like to really get to know someone physically on a physical level when they meet them. Not all Scorpios, but many. It's true. And I feel like that's the energy that's coming through. It's like, hey, I'm here, you know, let's do business. Let's get to know each other. It's a different shift. This is the melodramatic love, like, you know, I saw you for 5 minutes and I loved you, but why? Like, why did you actually love that person? Like, what is the logic, you know, of what's driving your actions? And here in this energy, sorry, this is the fire element. Sorry, this is the earth element here. So we have the Emperor. Girl, we're getting all trumps. So we have something is solidifying in terms of career, in terms of work. You're putting your, I've been like this all day. You know that whole boom thing? I've been like this all day. And it's like, you're putting your flag down, you're marking your territory, and you're just like, nope, you know, like, it's got to be a certain way or it's gone or it's done. Here is the next message, and we have the Queen of Cups up here, and this is in the air sign. So I feel as though there is a sense of remembering, or there is a sense of reminiscing about circumstances that have happened. There is this kind of sentiment that you are experiencing towards the circumstances that have closed off. That's fine, but just don't get melodramatic about it. This is the change. It's like you have to rise up out of those feelings of feeling captured. You know, it's a very gothic kind of idea or metaphor, to be captured by all this illusion, you know, like creating false tunnels in your mind. One thing about Escher, so Escher is a famous painter, right? He did the black and white paintings, MC Escher. And so one of the things about all those steps and stuff that he made is that it's all illusionary. They don't exist. And when you look at his illustrations technically, there's always like one little piece that puts it together to make it seem as though it's a continuum, but it's actually not. It's an illusion. So I think you're finding that piece. And I feel like with the Queen of Cups, this is good. So I feel like that man who, for whatever reason, you've cut off contact with, or that woman, I think they're still in your back pocket. And you're in theirs. I think that they just maybe were too quickly overwhelmed by the feelings. I'm not saying there's no love at first sight. But what I am saying is that having gone through recently a situation that didn't work out in the way that you had been perceiving it, or you had been stopped in your tracks about a situation or circumstance, I feel like what is it? I feel like the way that it was going is going to come to a complete end. but I feel like the sentiment's not there. So it didn't actually damage the relationship completely. I think that it put it on hold. For some of you, it's over for that relationship, but for some of you, there's going to be coming back. And I would really recommend that you talk to that person before December 6th, because that's when Mercury goes direct. So Mercury retrograde is amazing for clarifying situations, and especially with Mercury with Jupiter. Let me show you. Jupiter and the Sun right here in your area of communication in the 9th house. It's not really communication, but this is higher thought. You have the opportunity to kind of redirect something. So if you really like that person, have that conversation and fix it. You know, I think that there's still salvageable things. I think the thing that needs to get checked is the illusion of the situation. Let's see what you're attracting. And we have the Hanged Man. So I feel like the continuum of the energy that you're working through, and this showed up in several readings, is that you are continually dealing with people who are stuck in their circumstances. And in some way you have been putting in a lot into your vortex. So here's a shout out to Abraham Hicks. You've been putting in a lot of energy into your vortex thought form of this kind of suspension, you know, suspension of your circumstances. And you've been feeding yourself this narrative over and over again, all these ideas about how you're this or that, you know, for such a long time that now it's coming to you. And maybe you're not feeling so stuck anymore. However, the people, that resonance is still out there. It's like ripples from a rock that you throw into the water. Those ripples are still coming out and still attracting people who kind of reflect that energy. So now that you've switched your energy, hopefully you have, and you don't feel so stuck anymore, then slowly that will decrease. But be very wary, because this is going to be a trigger for you. This energy is going to be triggering you to, in some way, how do you say, it's going to be triggering you in some way to kind of feel stuck again. So you don't want to get too caught up in this energy. And in fact, the Cancer and the Scorpio energy have an element of that. If you're dealing with people from those signs, they could be very stuck in their circumstances as well, and that could have been part of the causation, or the reason why there was this kind of, how do you say, this kind of outburst. I really sense that there was an emotional outburst, and inappropriate behavior, a temper tantrum, you know, and just kind of like, yeah, bad behavior that was just like, what happened? Where did this come from? You know, like dealing with, like, I don't like saying this because it infantilizes people, makes people like children, like you don't want to, it's kind of, but they were being very immature, they were being very childish. So we have on the bottom here, we're dealing with issues of personal power, right? The Strength card. I love these cards. These are my new go-tos. I absolutely love these cards. So perfect for winter. You guys are going to see these a lot right now. But we have the Strength card, personal strength, you know, breaking through the illusion of weakness. We don't need to say more about that. Also, please notice we have five higher arcana cards already. So this is your ascendant, right? This is what's emerging, the 10 of Cups. So happiness, powerhouse, you know? Look at this card. This card is probably my favorite. And yeah, beautiful, you know, power, the emotion. And this is where the cold heart kind of melts down and is compassionate. That's why when I saw that scythe, right? Where is the cards? I want to show you guys again. That's when I saw the scythe, I kind of felt this is so when you guys get readings with me, sometimes I'm kind of like, oh, I'm not ready to say this or that about it yet. But sometimes it comes through very clear. So I'll be talking to you if you're in a personal reading, if it's coming through like it's very definitive, it's already, the ball is rolling. But if the ball's not rolling, I won't say it so forcefully. So the takeaway is that this is well in play. Whatever energetically is going on, it's really, really well in play. It's really on its path forward. And I feel like this is happiness, family, a connection with the right person. Hey girl, hey. I have a question though, because I don't feel, and you guys can leave me comments and tell me, I don't know who's the emperor in this Lenormand thing. Is it this guy? Because this looks like a piece of man cake, you know? This looks like candy to me. This looks like the emperor who's just messed up, you know? And so I feel like this ending, this outburst that caused the end of this, and, you know, let people have their feelings and come into themselves, and let them break through the illusions. And listen, we all make mistakes. We all put our foot in our mouth, and some people have too big of an ego to kind of step back and like own it. And so what happens is then they proliferate it out sometimes, you know, and that becomes messy. And I feel like that's what this is all about, the messy. And I feel like there's this kind of breakthrough here with the South Node. Remember, the moon is in Gemini as we're reading this, right? Moon in Gemini heading into Cancer. What did I say? We want to wait for when moon is in Cancer, especially right now at the end by Leo. That's when we're going to have that extra burst of energy to move forward. This is the card of Leo, by the way. The Strength card is ruled by the sign of Leo. So we're about to get that burst forward. So you want to pay attention and listen and solidify the relationship. What you're looking for is the Queen of Cups in you. What are you feeling sentimental about, and what are you feeling compassionate towards? That doesn't mean you have to have a conversation with this guy, because you don't want to enable or empower somebody's bad behavior towards you. That doesn't mean a conversation with this person, but you can settle it in your own heart, and, you know, kind of set up your own circumstances with the emperor or your situation and find happiness therein. So that's the emerging energy. At the top we have the Ace of Cups, a new relationship. So there's the bird. I love crows. Yes, I love crows. And so we have the Ace of Cups, a new beginning, a breakthrough, new relationship. So this is like people figuring out their feelings, right? What's the illusion? What's the real deal? Where is your heart really at? It's a beautiful reading. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I gotta go because I have a client, but go in the About section and buy the reading for tonight, and then I can do your astrology and tarot. Talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. Hey guys, thanks for joining me, and welcome to your reading for November. This is for Taurus, and I'm Baruch. Nice to meet you. Can you guys please comment and like the video? Both, if you don't mind. And emojis are going to be deleted on November 9th, so if you're emojiing, it's only going to be up for a few days. This is your reading for Vimeo. I'm excited to show you guys and tell you what you got. It's going to be actually a really good month for you, a big month of overcoming, a big month of surrender. Surrender mostly to letting go of what has been building up as a pressure point for you for the last several weeks, maybe months. Low-key, it's been pressuring you for a while, but now it's sort of cathartic, and that's a good thing. Venus was retrograde in your 7th house. I'll show you guys the chart in a minute. In October. That's the house of the open enemy, not only partners. And I really encourage you guys to soak up the energy to see exactly who your enemies are right now, and what kind of patterns are you entering into with those people that may take you back to things that had started for you many years ago, many months ago, but definitely many years ago. You may be shocked at what you find, but at least you'll know. And because of that, this is November, the horizon. It's not what is in the scene. By the time you're watching this, you're probably experiencing this already. So I'll go into the reading more on Vimeo, but I do want to show you guys the court cards so you get familiar, and I can give you a rundown of some of the cards. If you don't want to get the Vimeo, then you'll get some insight here. So this is somebody who breezes through in your life in November. Sag Leo, Aries, Sun, Moon, or Rising sign. This is a youthful person who may be very egocentric. I want this now. But they're not a narcissist. They're just youthful. You know, they're very much about their life and living their best life out on an adventure. You know, hey girl, hey, all that. There's also a person, there's 2 fire signs that are important, and they're not the same person. Again, Sag, Leo, or Aries, Sun, Moon, and Rising. This is a person who's going to bring considerable balance and order into your life after this. So if you're watching this in the last week of October and you're like, it's crazy AF right here, Varouche, first week of November, it's going to get, first few days of November, it's going to get tapered out. This card is really encouraging you to do some self-study of what's going on and learn from your mistakes or learn from what happened and derive some good conclusions to empower yourself through. But these 2 energies, destabilizing. They're not bad. In fact, this one is bringing you probably some good. But I would say overall, especially since you feel vulnerable entering into the month, just be a little bit tentative. There's this King of Swords. This is the only energy to really watch out for. Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising. If you're in a relationship with this person, I'm not saying dump them. I'm saying this is not the month. There's something off with their head. There's something off with their reason and their way of thinking about things. And so whatever they're coming to conclusions about is not going to be a benefit to you or the relationship you have with them. It doesn't mean like romantic relationship, just any relationship. And then we have the star card, the soulmate. We have the King of Cups, a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising. This is your dream boat, and this could be a woman. So it depends on your orientation. This person is going to be very fated. They'll be with you the whole month, and they'll bring in a lot of positivity. However, I will say this isn't a court card, but I do think that there's going to be some activity with a Leo who's going to offer you something, give you something good. And in fact, this is a month of getting, receiving, possibly because you have lost due to some corrupt things that have been happening around you. You were good-willing towards others. They weren't good-willing towards you. And so this is your compensation month. Let's call this compensation, Taurus. So this is your compensation for whatever fuckery you've been through. Oh, I said it, and I can't clean. Oh, whatever. Shh, don't tell anyone. Anyway, I don't think that's a bad term anyway. Right. Okay, so I want to show you guys the astrology wheel. Ta-da! So this is my animated astrology wheel that I'm so stoked to have for you guys. And what we're going to do is read a little tarot with it. And I'm going to do a separate video for your Celtic cross using the Blanco Nero tarot. If you watch the first few videos I did, I made one video, but I felt like I was rushing, so I pulled out of there. Okay, so we have Uranus moving back into Aries. I talked about this on Vimeo quite a bit, but just for your information, this will feel like the last 7 years for about 5 months. It's gonna feel, I don't think it's the most exciting transit. I don't think there's much to go back to in the 12th house for a while. In fact, in your lifetime, there's not going to be a Uranus transit in the 12th house, but on the 6th, you're going to get it. I'm not too keen about it for you. I don't think it's bad. I think it's lackluster. But let's see maybe the tarot will say something more interesting. Let's see. So your first card is the 5 of Wands. And then we have the Star. And then we have the 6 of Swords. And so I feel as though maybe you're going to make sense about something to do with religion, because the 12th house is your belief systems, or to do with your dreams and inspirations. You're going to make sense of something that's kind of under your skin and bothering you about all of that. And I feel like maybe possibly you will see a way forward with that. Remember, King of Swords bad. This is the Star card ruled by Aquarius. So If there is someone offering you safe passage, here, let me show you the way, and they're an air sign, be very careful. Don't ascribe to a new ideology in this month, unless you really feel like you need to. Okay? Next, we have the new moon in Scorpio. That's in your 7th house of partnership. Good new moon. And remember what I said to you about Venus? Venus actually, for the last few days in October, so is a throwback. You have the opportunity to ask yourself, who are my enemies? And it'll show you. But then we have the new moon in Scorpio, shifting the focus away from enemies and maybe towards some love before Jupiter moves into Sag on the following day. But new moon in Scorpio in the 7th house, possibilities of new partnerships, or most importantly, an opening of the eyes towards the types of partnerships you'd want to deal with. We have the 10 of Rods, and this is on the 7th of November, the 7 of Swords, and the Last Judgment. So I think you're releasing relationships that are taking too much of your energy. And I think that that has to do with that 10 of Swords in that other spread. So I feel like you are just, you know, putting it down. You don't want to mess with that energy anymore. You want to leave. You want to make your decisions. It's been too much. You have been taxed, and probably the energy of the spring in which you were very blessed may have been in some way picked apart by people who didn't deserve to pick it apart, because you were in a good space and they started begrudging you. Oh, look at Taurus, Uranus and Taurus, rah rah. Everybody looks at Taurus like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna get? You know, and everybody's like, stock market crash 1929, no. The Great Depression, no. But yeah, no, thankfully but it is pretty intense. But I think that a lot of people, there's some people really find it annoying when somebody's just happy. I just have to say this. And so in the late spring, early summer, you were just really, really happy. And you're going to get there again next early spring when Uranus moves back into Taurus. But for the time being, it's a little bit more quiet, subdued. But you're going to have a 7-year transit. So it depends on your other placements. But this is like, it's fantastic. High five for Taurus. You should be excited for 2019. It's going to be great. So, but in the meantime, the new moon in the 7th house, it could have been a lot to do with people shortchanging you on your good days, you know, and that feels kind of shit when you've had a lot to deal with and you finally catch a break and everybody's side-eyeing you. Come on. And then we have Jupiter moving into the 8th house. We have the Emperor. We have the 7 of Swords. And then we have the Last Judgment. So I feel as though Jupiter in the 8th house has a lot to do with throwing yourself at change. It's going to be a 13-month transit of that. I'll do a dedicated video for 2 things, the nodal change and Jupiter shift this month, and then the new moon and the full moon. We're going to have lots of extra videos, but that's okay. We just do that once or twice a year. It's fine. I can handle it. But I feel as though there is dedication and promise towards a decision that you're making. And again, you're making some big decision, and I think it's to stick up for you. It's a big, you're getting away from a trap. You're getting away from things. When Jupiter is in your 8th house, that's also an amazing transit, because what it does is it's like a trampoline. You can jump off of any height and be safe. The problem with Jupiter, and I'll tell you guys right now, and I'll reiterate it in my other video, is that when it's over here and then it moves into the 9th house, make sure that the trampoline's still there. It's not going to be there, so you got to climb down and, you know, not hurt yourself, because I've done that before and it sucks. You get so used to change with Jupiter in the 8th house that you forget, and then you get to the 9th house and it's like crash and burn. So you imagine this, but remember, put that in your phone calendar to beep for you when next year comes around. Jupiter is going to be moving into Capricorn on December 2nd, 2019. Huh, I knew that. There you go. So mark that date down. But for the time being, I feel as though you need to be brave, and it's a real waste. Sometimes people don't figure this out. This is going to be a repeat of the other video, but sometimes people don't get this figured out until half year, and then this is such a powerful shift for Jupiter. I really like it in the 8th house. So go big, go early, get it done, all that stuff. Okay. Next message is for the 15th and the 16th. Now there's some confusion about the North Node and the True Node. So the True Node actually shifts earlier, I believe, and then the North Node and the South Node shift on the 16th of November. So it's a very small, nondescript shift. It's a week apart, and I don't think people get kind of a way about it, but I don't think it's necessarily, and I go by what the chart says. So hey, if you think that something's going to change in that week, go for it, say whatever you want, but in terms of the shift, it happens on the 16th and the 15th. That's the big recalibration of November. The first thing is Mars moving into Aries. Okay, this is going to be a good month for friendship. Even though in the tarot reading I did, it seems like you're not that open. I think because you have to get readjusted to what you just learned about people, There's Ceres just jumping in on the 11th to the 7th house. That's also really good for relationships. So hey girl, hey. Okay, so Mars is about to move in to Aries on the 15th. And I've already shuffled your cards, and you have the 6 of Cups. I already have the Chariot and the 7 of Pentacles. So I feel like this is a soulmate. This is overcoming, and this is kind of long-term financial stakes are going to be involved. What I mean by that is people will make long-term financial plans, maybe even if personal, towards goals that they'd like to achieve with their friend. Maybe they'll say, oh, we'll start a business someday, or do you want to take a trip to the Grand Canyon? That kind of stuff. So that kind of long-term planning is happening with friends. Really healthy relationships coming through. Friendship with a Cancer or Sun, Moon, and Rising, or with a Scorpio, which is Sun in Scorpio for the 6 of, or any soulmate. I feel like a good friend's coming into town too, and you're going to have some good energy come through, which is good because you deserve that friend, Taurus. I think that it's overdue. And that's happening in your area of soulmates. So very likely a soulmate's going to be around. It could be romantic. It could be just a friend. But whatever it is, Ceres is in your 7th house of partnership. Ceres is the mother. She's Demeter. And so she is the mother of Persephone, right? Well, not Demeter's the mother of Persephone, but she is the cereal goddess, the mother energy, wheat, and the harvest. And so in the 7th house, there is that air of, because we know you like your weed. No, I'm just kidding. You like your vegetables and all that stuff, flowers. So this is a really nice transit for you. You're really in touch and in harmony with the earth. Okay, so next message is Venus direct. Hey, it's over. And guess what? There's no Venus retrograde in 2019. Hey girl, hey, high five on that. And so, okay, so we have Venus retrograde in Libra, and she's going to go direct on the 16th. This is all within a 2-day time frame. So your first card is, again, 6 of Cups. The 6th house has to do with day-to-day. Day-to-day relationships need to be worked out in the first 2 weeks of November. 4 of Cups and 4 of Wands. You're working out something with someone. You're working out something with a soulmate. There's an offer made. There's clarity of an issue, and there's home. So I think that by the time Venus goes direct, there she goes, station on the 15th in the 6th house, things will really, somebody needs to bring something in for you and give you something. And I feel like they're motivated by spirit. So receive. And it's good tidings, good tidings, good energy, positive vibes, all that stuff. Next, we have Mercury retrograde in the 8th house. Now, this is Mercury retrograde station on the 16th. So here we go. Let's pause this. So this is the map for the 16th. And so in the 8th house, Mercury retrograde, you want to start being careful with jumping on that trampoline. You may not want to necessarily test it too much, especially if you have joint ventures with other people. Unless you're this is a wonderful time to rehash contracts that you have with other people, especially like family deeds and other types of family business. Not the best for new things. You know, don't start organizing your family's possessions or property during this time. It's only 3 weeks, so beyond that, I feel like maybe some really good conversations about people who have passed. If you're really searching for closure, talk therapy is really good during this 3 weeks to kind of really find closure for a relationship with someone who has passed away, and you need to talk it through. This will really, really help you work through that. Okay, Taurus? And you're the only one who gets that, especially Taurus rising, right? Okay, so you guys have the Emperor. The Emperor is the patriarchy. It can represent the father or the husband. And then we have the 5 of Wands. I have to be very careful with these cards, how I shuffle them. I don't just throw them around, so I'll just, that's what I'm doing, like this to the side, cutting them in random places. Okay, so I feel like this seems like there is something that is disturbing to you. There's something that is disturbing to you, and I don't feel like it's healthy. And it's not like someone's not healthy. There's some facet of a situation that you're involved in with other people. Maybe even you're being somehow... I have this sense for you guys overall that you're being kept out. You're being held out from something that you should belong in. You know, whether it's family, estate stuff, or just the dynamics, you know. You're like the last one to always be called in your family, or you're somehow, there's like it's not a pink elephant in the room. There's like a silent agreement, and you're on the bottom prong of that list. And you're not hierarchically necessarily lowest. It's just that's where they put you for other reasons, you know. And so probably because you're the most chill, but it's gotten to this position where it's not really good for you anymore, you know, and it's caused a lot of stress over the years because it's a wear and tear on your, you know, on your mind, on your emotions, all of those things. And so in some way, I feel like this is, with Mercury retrograde, it's like maybe it's time to just in some way start looking into these things and see, because the South Node is here. I'll talk about that next, but maybe there's a necessity to kind of, so maybe it's always been this way, and now somebody's taking their liberties with it. Not only, maybe you've always been the one on the bottom prong, and now there's a necessity to deal out financial issues with other people in the family, and boom, you know, here comes the devil, you know, up your butt, being mean. Okay, so you can handle it. Just I think that you'll have to buckle down. And Jupiter's here, so Jupiter's going to make things fair for you, Taurus. So don't worry about that part. Okay, so, and then finally we have the North Node and the South Node. Again, dedicated video, but I was telling you guys about this. And so the North Node and the South Node switch signs, right? To Cancer, they just did, and Capricorn. And so what that means is that for the next year, you're going to be really working on karma to do with where you place yourself ideologically in the world at large, and your goal is going to be the manner through which you communicate all that. And for the most part, the North Node, it's all by itself, with the exception of the inner planets like Venus and Mars. So overall, it's a stretch. There's going to be a huge emphasis on the engine, very, very little emphasis on the steering wheel, you know? Imagine a car with the engine in the back. So I feel like there will be a lot of like, I thought this way because, and it's not only to do with your family, it's not only to do with things that you do, it's also to do with, this also has to do with universal karma. So not even social. It's more like the cosmos. The cosmos have conspired. Why do I have to think this way? Aha, eureka, I found it. That kind of stuff. That's when it's going to get really good in 2019, when Uranus moves into your first house. Those eureka moments. Yeah, good stuff. Okay, so the North Node. But we always want to be kind of, this is your karma, this is your dharma, okay? And look at this beautiful grand trine. Ooh, just for a few days in water. Okay, so let's see. We have 3 cards. We have the Temperance card, balance and order. And then we have the Knight of Swords, Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra, Sun and Scorpio in this deck, because this deck is from before the outer planets were incorporated. I don't know which ones were even found at that point yet. And then we have the King of Cups, a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. And in this deck, it's you, Taurus. Makes no sense to me, but okay. I like this energy, huh? So I feel as though there is a heated conversation between 3 people who are involved, and there's a reorganization or a management of ideas towards achieving a certain goal, towards achieving a certain direction. And remember, from our other reading, this King of Cups was actually very favorable. So this is someone who will in some way lead you to a good direction, ultimately. Or maybe down here, maybe this is someone who has lots of Cancer transits, you know. Cancers are going to be in hot demand this year. So will Virgos. Virgos and Cancers in 2019. It's all down here to support the North Node. That's going to feel very good. Oh, sorry, Leos. Virgos too, but very much Leos and Cancers. Hot. All the tarot card readers who have transits in Cancer and Leo are going to do really well this year. And especially if you have like Sun in Cancer, you know, you guys are going to do really well. So yeah, not well, like, well also, but like, go watch them. And you guys say it proudly, you know, in your videos, because it's going to be something that people really need. Cancer Moon, and then also Cancer Sun. So that's the kind of energy that's going to carry us through in 2019 from November on. Okay. But I feel as though in terms of this nodal shift, it's like how you talk about things and really kind of trying to place yourself and where you feel good about things emotionally. I feel like many of you will move actually in the next year and a half, but not far within your community or within your town. And if you feel the need to do it, then I think you should do it. You'll have a favorable move. It's going to be a good time. Saturn is on the opposite end of your chart. Usually people move in this part, but that's 29 years until it comes back. So, you know, a good 15 years time to move. This is really favorable time to move. Okay, so good energy for that. And then we have the Sun in Sagittarius on the 22nd in the 8th house. I think if you're hung up on financial matters with family, this is the transit that's going to really clear it up. Also, if kind of on the tail end of Venus retrograde, this could be a really wonderful transit for you guys for adult pleasures and fun and sensuality. We have the 3 of Pentacles. Somebody was working really hard, 10 of Rods, carrying a heavy load, and I feel like they are now moving forward in a new direction. So there's been a lot of work. It's been very much a strain for them, but they've released, and now I think everybody else has to deal with it, and I think that's part of the issue that you're facing. That somebody was carrying, maybe it was you, but somebody was carrying too much energy, was weighing them down too much. And I think that either they've retired or possibly they've just moved on and now everybody's dealing with it. And I think that Tauruses do get the rep of, oh, Taurus can do it because you guys are the good, dependable, right? So maybe you need to be cautious of what you're signing up for. Mercury retrograde, right? Okay. Full moon in Gemini, boom, just happened. Almost, we did miss it, but it was here in your second house of money. I put the chart in the lowest speed and still. Okay, so let's see. We have the Five of Cups, and then we have the Hermit, and then we have the Ace of Cups. See? Virgo's pulling through for you, Taurus. I feel like you need to look back on something. This is to do with your money transit, the full moon on the 23rd. I feel like you should look back on something that didn't yield for you the outcome that you wanted, and maybe within that you'll find something that you feel good about, something that you're going to feel like it's a good relationship. You're going to feel like it's a good emotional thing for you, okay? But you got to look on your own or hook up with a Virgo. Not hook up, but like, you know. But I feel like you're going to look back at something and say, oh, I could have really made money doing this. And do so. That's your full moon. We'll do a dedicated reading for the full moon. And then we have the Neptune direct, which I'm just like, Neptune direct, there it is, station on the 24th and the 25th. Neptune direct in your 11th house can yield for you a couple different outcomes. If you, Neptune's retrograde about 5 months of the year, so either it's confusing when it's direct or it's confusing when it's retrograde. And for most people it's different. It depends whether your Neptune is retrograde or direct. It depends what other planets are around with it and where it's in your chart. So so just take a look at the pattern for Neptune to figure out which direction makes you feel what way. If the last 6 months, 7 months, if the last 5 months felt like a complete carnival with friends and stuff, this is going to be an energy that's going to bring focus, or possibly it's the other way around. It could be a very dreamy time when Neptune goes direct. You can start seeing the good in people, really inspirational. I love Mars in Pisces. I know it's at a detriment in Pisces, but I love Mars in Pisces. I love chill Mars. Like, chill Mars, give it to me. You know, harsh Mars is fine. It's fine. But Mars in Pisces, you know, Mars in Cancer is a little edgy. Mars in Scorpio is like, don't mess with me. But the Mars in Pisces is good. And with Neptune going direct, I feel like there will be a good stretch moving forward with friends and whatnot. We have the Five of Swords, okay? And then we have the King of Swords. There he is. So now we know what he said something about you. This King of Swords said something about you, and you're protecting yourself. It's not gonna air itself out necessarily by the end of November, but I think you'll get a good firm grip on what happened. It may have to do with that Ten of Swords we saw at the beginning. Remember, I'm doing another reading for you guys. It'll be linked down below when it's published in your playlist. But I think by the end of November, you're going to have like keen awareness. You're like, oh, that dirty mother Frogger, you know, like he's really, you'll see someone, I'm saying, and he may, Kings of Swords have a tendency to say things, just because they are so intellectually inclined, and that's why I don't date air signs. And no shade, this is on the shady side, but like they can get pretty snooty and pretty uppity. And I feel like this is someone who could have said something to seem impressive and intellectual, whereas in fact it really put you out. Like, you know, saying some kind of observation in front of someone in order to, for no reason at all, and then you get stuck with the consequences, you know, sharing and like just to be impressive. So it's not necessarily he could have been extremely negative, discouraging you from doing something, and then you didn't get it, and then you're just like, wow, okay. And he's like, well, you should have done it the way you thought. And you're like, really, you told me not to do it this way, right? Because he can make a good case for things. And so in November, you're like, oh, heck no, I'm going to hang out at home. I'm going to hang out with the King of Cups. I'll be fine, thank you. I'm not going to listen to this noise. One thing about October, Taurus, that I noticed, the noise level. Oh my freaking Lord. The psychic noise of everything. Everybody, you know, so many, you know, so many, just lots of different stuff. That noise. So turn down the volume, turn up the fun. Have a nice day, guys, and I will catch you soon. I'm going to do a Celtic cross for you next. Take care. Bye. Hi, Capricorn. Thank you for joining me today, and welcome to this reading for 2018. This reading covers the time frame between January and June. So I'm excited to go through the transits. The point of this reading is to provide a supplement to the main tarot card reading that's on my channel. So if you got here through that, then check below and you'll see a tarot card reading that I did for the entire year. This is the higher arcana reading that I always do every year. So that's provided down below. But in that reading, I talk about transits and stuff. And so I thought it was important to include a video explaining the transits. This video is meant to be extremely concise. So I literally have summarized the transits for the 6 months to 10 minutes. So expect it to go quickly. We'll definitely go in depth later on. I also did a second reading on Instagram, and this is a reading in which each of the houses had a tarot card for them. And then I clarified each of the houses on Vimeo, where a video that you guys can rent and watch just to see that area of your life and see how it develops. Now, if that Instagram post where I posted the astrological tarot card reading gets 500 hearts, I'll begin making some, if not all of those Vimeo videos available for free on YouTube. So if you don't have money, then hopefully we can get 500 hearts for that post, and then get you guys some posts on YouTube. For those of you who want to support me in the channel, this is a great way to support me. So feel free to rent 1 or 2 videos, and I will very much appreciate it. Anyway, Happy New Year, you guys. And I hope you have a wonderful birthday, because most of you are watching right during Capricorn season. So it's always a nice time of year for you. And why don't we start off with January 31st, which is when we have the full moon eclipse in Leo. So this is going to happen on the 31st of January, and it's going to happen in your 8th house. Full moon eclipse in the 8th house is probably one of the most potent ones you'll experience. For you, this is even doubly more intense because it's conjunct the north node, right? So it's with the node of the moon. And so at the time of the eclipse, you are eclipsing out something in the house of change and transformation. So you're really thinking about what are the things that are really coming to an end. Something big is going to happen, come to an end, finalize, and transform for you. That's a good thing. It's a liberation that that creates space for new things to grow. And so in the 8th house, this is going to be a big one for you, and you want to kind of pay attention to whatever is influencing you at the time. The second eclipse, because eclipses come in pairs, we have in the solar eclipse that happens in Aquarius, and this is in your 2nd house. So by the way, that 8th house eclipse is shared resources, so something to do with shared resources could be coming to an end. But on February 15th, we see a a partial solar eclipse, a new moon eclipse in your 2nd house of money. So you're initiating something new in terms of business opportunities, directions with business, you know, taking a course in a different direction, that kind of stuff. This is also to do initiating money projects. Those kinds of things are coming to the forefront for you. Okay, so next we have March. See, I told you it's going by really quickly. We have Jupiter retrograde in Scorpio, March 8th through July 10th. So every year Jupiter goes retrograde for about 4 months, and this is in your 11th house. You're having this year a really wonderful transit with that Jupiter in Scorpio. This is your house of friendship. This is your house of friendship, and this is your house of social activities. When Jupiter goes retrograde, the amount of friends that comes through will decrease, but it's still going to be more than an average year. So expect more activity in your social life regardless with this transit. And then when Jupiter goes direct, you'll see that influx of friends in your social life, okay? This is a chart for March 22nd, and on March 22nd we see our first retrograde, Mercury retrograde period. This is going to happen in Aries, and so Aries for you is the 4th house of house and home, family matters. So definitely what I would recommend during this time, March 22nd through April 15th, Mercury is retrograde, to be very cautious with how you speak to friends and family. Maybe it's a good time to resolve misunderstandings, but definitely try to avoid creating new ones by opening up new topics, or serious conversation with family members and about house matters should be avoided during this time. March 31st, Venus goes retrograde. No, Venus is in rulership in Taurus. And I kind of highlighted this, and I've been laughing at myself that I've highlighted this, but for you it really matters because this is the house of romance. And so Venus moves into Taurus. She'll be there for about 3 weeks. I would suspect that April has that level of love for you. There's like a shadow of love that kind of permeates in your life, and it's quite beautiful. On April 17th we have Chiron moving into Aries. So this is a big transit. Chiron will later go retrograde later on in the year in July and move back into Pisces for the end of the year. But in the meantime, when Chiron moves into Aries, this is again affecting family matters, and you will be very prone. Thankfully it's outside of the Mercury retrograde. It's still in the shadow period, but it's not so bad anymore. But when Chiron moves into Aries, it will encourage you or kind of push you forward to challenge or feel sorry about family situations. So sour grapes, basically. And it's real, like you're dealing with your feelings and emotions and your experiences with people who are closest to you on earth. And so, there's things that you have to work through. There's feelings and emotions that you have to work through. Also, Saturn goes retrograde on the 17th, so we have a double whammy that day. Saturn is in Capricorn in the 1st house. We'll talk more about the 1st house, particularly in the fall reading, but for this purpose you can see that Lilith is moving in on Pluto. They're creating a conjunction. It's important to note that this is similar energy to Lilith with Saturn, although that was in your 12th house in Sagittarius. But there's a conjunction here. A conjunction is when two planets or bodies are close together, and Lilith is a troublemaker, and Pluto's the most unstable planet of them all. And it's happening in your 1st house. I would really caution you, Capricorn. Caution you against anger, caution you against any kind of extreme beliefs or convictions. You might feel as though really amped up. You might feel as though you're very geared up to, try something, etc. And with Saturn retrograde, the pressure's off of you. Now, Saturn's begun this transit of 2.5 years in your 1st house on December 20th, 2017. And Saturn in the 1st house is very similar to a Saturn return. It's kind of like a spotlight on your personality, and it's almost like having a nun in your house and she's telling you how to behave all the time. It's a very restrictive energy. It has to do with efficiency. It has to do with doing well, and so Saturn in the 1st house for the next 2.5 years will put a high standard and requirement on how you conduct yourself with regard to others, or get called out for it and have to deal with the consequences. But on April 17th, Saturn goes retrograde, and it will continue to be retrograde until September 6th, which means that pressure diminishes. And so for a time being, for those 4 months, I believe, you can kind of, in some way, 3 months, kind of relax and do your own thing. So it's kind of a hall pass. But there will be consequences if you step out of line too much. So I would still recommend being mindful with regard to how you behave. On April 22nd, Pluto goes retrograde at 22 degrees. Again, this is a very common transit. It lasts 5 to 6 months. And so Pluto retrograde, again, looking back at your personality and what it's channeling into from the past, you know, from your past or from the past of the universe. Pluto tends to be more of an archaic transit. It's hard to just explain. Some people just say it's generational, but I don't believe so. I think it affects all of us very intimately. But retrograde Pluto, the time frame when Pluto's retrograde in our lives, we're more rehashing, revising things of the past, and when Pluto's moving forward, we're kind of pushing our karma forward more. So that's kind of the general kind of pendulum of it. And then we have May 15th, Taurus. Uranus moves into Taurus finally. That's also exciting. So we see this shift really towards the earth signs, particularly Taurus and Capricorn this year. Virgo doesn't get much action and will not get much action for a really long time as per the outer planets. But yeah, so there's an emphasis on Pluto and Mars, and so let's see, where is... So there's Uranus right there, sitting right on. He was so he's moving into your 5th house. This is really cool. This is unorthodox lovers, unorthodox approaches to romance, really out of the box things, enjoying unique new things in your life. This is a long transit. It lasts 7 years. I really like this transit here. You're going to have a really nice time. Throughout this year, however, Uranus is going to create a T-square between the nodes, the south and the north node. And so your ingenious approach to having fun is going to come into conflict with how your life is developing spiritually. So don't go so hard for the first, you know, little while. Uranus is going to go retrograde and is going to push out of that T-square rather soon. But for the time being, especially in the spring, really go easy on your ingenuity and your amazing adventures doing strange things. You're going to have time to do that, but you don't want to impact your nodes too much. You don't want to crush those with your insane, amazing ideas. Okay, and so Neptune's going retrograde in your 3rd house of communication. This is a time to put your ideas to paper. Maybe this is a time when you can kind of you can put down your ideas to paper and really communicate what you want to bring forward in general in life. Whatever's been in your head, you can kind of write it down, communicate it, bring it forward. The Neptune retrograde period lasts between June 18th and November 24th. Again, it's one of those common transits, and so at that time you have maybe like a clear thinking ability to really concisely write down all the strange imaginings in your dreams in your head. So definitely push that forward. And June 26th is this chart for, that's when Mars goes retrograde, also in your 2nd house. Not such a good transit for money. So Mars is going to go retrograde in Aquarius and then finish up in the last degree of Capricorn on August 27th. We'll talk about that huge shift, Mars, Saturn, and Pluto going direct in Capricorn in the late summer, early autumn, but that will be in the next video. Once that video is posted, you can check that down below. But Mars retrograde in the 2nd house is going to impact your ability to make money, how much energy you have to make money. Way better to go back on projects that you haven't finished in the past and rehash and revise than pushing forward in new directions. I would really get your efforts clean during this time. Really clean up any outstanding things that you have to do, and then push forward at the end of summer, and you'll find a lot of success. Anyway, I hope that you enjoyed this 6-month overview for astrology for Capricorn. I hope you guys are having a wonderful new year. Check out my other readings, the Tarot Card Higher Arcana reading. It's linked down below. It's free on YouTube. And the Instagram post, the Astrological Tarot reading, that's available on Instagram. And I have clarifying readings on Vimeo and possibly YouTube. So stay tuned for the free YouTube videos once we get that Instagram post up to 500 hearts. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Capricorn, it's been a pleasure. I always get excited doing this reading because oftentimes some of my placements actually fall into the same houses as you. I have a Scorpio rising, but because my house system is not equidistant, which means that all the houses are not necessarily 30 degrees, then sometimes, like, I have Jupiter in my 11th house this year, even though I'm Scorpio rising. So definitely I appreciate doing this reading. I hope that it brings you some good ideas about what to look out for this year. I hope it puts the tarot card reading in perspective, and I hope it gets you going in the right direction. So take care, Capricorn. Bye. Hi everybody, thank you for joining me and welcome to my channel. Please make sure to like and subscribe. If you want to get notifications about my live events, you want to make sure that the bell underneath this video is ticked off and the 2 lines are over the bell and the subscribe button is pushed. So yeah, so today we're going to do a podcast style, so I'm going to go offline, like you won't see me, but you will hear me, and then I'm going to do your reading for episode 7 of the Tarot Truth. Today, I think we're going to answer the question, where is it all going? So I hope you guys are doing well. I'm excited to be here. I'm burning a little incense. The reason I showed the video to you guys today is I have 2 decks that you guys are going to be interested in. We'll see these more in the next days. We have Oracle of Mystic Moments, which is just beautiful. And then the new Colette Baron Reed deck, which is called the Spirit Animal Oracle. And it's also gorgeous and amazing, amazing. I can't get my hands off the paper. This is a Hay House Publishing. I just really, really love this work. Okay, so anyway, I hope you guys sit tight and enjoy the video. Thank you guys for all the likes today, and I'll be back to show you guys the cards in a minute. Okay, so just sit back, get comfy, and we're gonna do the reading. Where is it all going? So I think you're meant to open up yourself to the things that are going on around you. I think it's time to put down any energy that has to do with conflict or lack of congruency, and really open yourself up to working with other people and collaborating. There could be people who are around you at this time. One could be a Gemini, Aquarius, or Libra. The other could be a Taurus. I feel as though there are people who are around you who are in a certain way trying to elevate your perspective in order to help you see circumstances in a brighter way. I feel as though you may have been falling into the trap of heavy discouragement, where you have felt as though maybe there has been in some way blockages or things that have kept you back from even seeing the possibility of which way to go. So the possibilities that you are seeing now may not even be a part of, you may not be even seeing the possibilities that are available to you. So maybe you will be pleasantly surprised in terms of things that will in some way be available to you, that will be greater than that which you already know. I feel as though there's an entry point into possibly a community group or some kind of institution. It's time to consider the options that are around you for expanding your horizons. There could be people who are around you who are guiding you in a positive direction and giving you hope. I feel as though you are still really deeply in feelings that are associated with regret and remorse for the past. I don't know, it feels kind of invasive, the opinions of others, and the opinions of others feel invasive in the sense that you are in some way appeasing, or you are congruent with, like somebody has an opinion in some way and they are congruent with a direction that you're meant to go. And I feel like, it feels like, I don't know if you should, it's not about trusting it. It's like, how do you trust this energy? How do you trust this person and these opinions that are around you? you feel like you're not ready. That's what it feels like. And I feel like you don't really want to move forward in this direction, and somebody's pushing you into it anyway. Now, there's two things that can happen that I see as a possibility. On the one hand, there can be this experience of once you kind of get out there, you will feel better. But then there's this also energy of being pushed into something you're not really ready for. And so I feel as though there's a lot of incentive that is being thrown your way in order to help you to make a journey. And I think you're deliberating to walk past even an opportunity that could be before you, that does not feel exactly in the way that you wanted it to. I feel you're really holding out that there is this journey before you, that there's this opportunity for you that will open itself up, where you may actually change where you are, and where you have the possibility to go somewhere else. I feel like you're lingering in this feeling of wanting to travel, of wanting to go somewhere, of experiencing something. And I feel like you keep on like harboring the memory of the possibility of change and exploration and growth. I feel as though that the person who's around you, there's a lot of light around them. I think their intentions are good, but I just don't think it's the right type of fit. So there's this kind of that was an awkward laugh, in the sense that in some way it's all nice and fine, but I don't think that that's what's in your heart. I don't think that that's exactly what you want or who you want to be around or be with. And I think ultimately what you're going to do is find an opportunity to move forward and go alone. And it's kind of sad, because in some way somebody is presenting you with a golden opportunity, but I feel like that golden opportunity is not something that you want. It's even kind of maybe motivated by a little bit of sympathy or like compassion, but I feel as though it's not necessarily what you want, and that defeats the purpose of everything. I feel as though you have, in a certain way, you're really lingering in the feelings and not wanting to let go of something or a situation. And I feel like it's really made you sad in a fundamental way, because it was something for a minute that you really truly wanted, and for whatever reason it didn't work out, and now you are in some way kind of sad because nothing compares in terms of the things that you've wanted from that situation or the resonance of it. So you saw the possibility of something, and then for whatever reasons you couldn't have it. So now it's very hard to get excited about anything or any other direction that happens for you. I feel as though you're waiting for the opportunity to change directions, change your mindset. You're waiting for the opportunity for that resonance of a past situation to not be so present anymore. So you don't want to feel it anymore so much. You don't want to be sad about it. I think as though this kind of pressure to have to open up to other people and, like I said, collaborate and work with them is sort of kind of a nuisance. It's like you're happy kind of on your own right now. You're happy doing your own thing, because the things that you are being presented with, they don't have the resonance that's inspiring to you. And so there's no sense of a deep resonance, or there's no sense of a deep resonance and the significance, or maybe the romance or the drama of the situation that in some way has kind of transformed. I think that, you have to make a choice. This is a solid offer. It's a solid foundation. But I think that also there's something to be said to live your life for your own dreams. And so I think that in a certain way you are making a personal choice. It's a karmic choice. I can't tell you what to do, but sometimes it's like I'm never going to tell you to give up on your dreams, you know, and this is what this feels like. And I also can't guarantee that you'll get this experience a second time through. So I don't want to give you a pat on the back and say, you know, that's your way. And so in some way, this opportunity to collaborate, to work with others, and to find common ground with someone, I feel like that's putting your question in the forefront of your mind, in the forefront of your consciousness. And essentially you are moving forward in a new path, and you'll either choose to go by yourself, meandering or kind of fading out on this energy, or possibly you will. I think that you feel you would be very sad to choose this. That's the thing that I feel for you. I feel like you would feel sad to choose this option, to go in this direction. It feels like it would be something that would limit you even more, and something that you sort of dread that kind of energy. You dread that, even though it seems happy, and it's almost like you've been there before. It's almost like you've been there before in some way, and you have gone through. So what seems like, it's like fool's gold, like what seems like so lustrous on the surface, once you get there, what is it going to be like? You know, like, are you going to be sitting there watching TV every day? Are you going to slowly fade into like a depression? Is it really going to be so much joy and happiness? Or is it going to be in some way like, are you shortchanging yourself, and are you settling for something? Because when you settle for something, usually you tell yourself, oh, it'll be fine, I'll deal with it. But you're going to get what you settled for, right? Like, you're going to get exactly what you settled for. So if you're choosing that option and you're feeling like, I don't know about this, then really analyze or think about what you've settled for, or what you're ending up with. And I think that you'll meet somebody who's a creative, and in some way that person is going to kind of, they could be a Cancer, but they are going to in some way kind of encourage you. This is someone who could be possibly from the past, who will in some way inspire you to kind of move forward in some kind of direction. And it's kind of this new direction, this is the Chariot card, is going to be a little bit nerve-wracking. It's going to feel like, I don't know, it's going to feel nerve-wracking. It's going to make you feel nervous. It's not a guaranteed direction. So you choose your path. And if you're sitting here and you're wondering about all this love, and I think by circumstance for many of you, you can't really go back to it because maybe that person or that situation has left, or maybe something else has changed that has restructured the whole experience. But I feel like if you have the ability to go back into this energy, and you're connecting to this energy, and you're like, oh my God, I wish I had that. That was a real mistake that I let that pass. If you're feeling those kinds of regret things, and you have the ability to reconnect with the energy, then I feel like the strongest thing in this reading was how you felt about the past, or how you felt about this opportunity, you know. So in some way you were so caught up in feelings and emotions about that experience. And I feel as though maybe you have built up some kind of wall or barrier with a situation, trying to hold back on your true feelings and emotions about a matter. But I feel like maybe those walls are actually turning in on you in some way. So the things that you are building up in order to protect yourself, maybe those things have turned themselves in against you, right? So maybe in some way they have in some way turned themselves in against you, and now you are contending with the fact that, you know, so sometimes the things that we use in order to protect ourselves are the things that in some way harm us. So since I do have the camera up, let me know how you guys like the camera up or down. I was thinking maybe we can do another one of those readings that I do on Vimeo, so you guys can see it's the 21 card spread, and then we'll do a little bit more, okay? So that was pretty intense. I don't know. Let me see the comments, see what you guys have to say about it. Was that on point? Or did I piss everybody off? That was all signs. See, I have so many placements in Scorpio that when I turn off the camera and I feel like I'm sitting alone, that it's like I do better. Do you know what I mean? Because I can just, when even like this, I feel like you guys can see me. So, on point? Okay. 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 So let's get back into the reading. Yeah, let's do this. So this is the spread that you guys get if you get a Vimeo reading with me for the month. And one day I'm going to do it for the monthly, but not this month, okay? So this is episode 7. Hey girl, hey. Okay, so first message is the King of Cups, a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. This is also somebody who has very open feelings. So they have, this is for all signs, not for Scorpio, Cancer, or Pisces. But someone who has very open feelings, who has let their feelings be known. There's no secret here. Everything is transparent. And I feel as though there is the general environment and the general consciousness at this time is clouded with a lot of feelings of kind of confusion. Women around you have been very difficult to deal with, and in some way there's this general feeling of kind of abandonment or being left behind by women and by situations. But I feel like you have been really pruning or cutting out in your life feminine energy that is destructive, and on the horizon you can already see the beginning of positive feminine energy. I've seen an upsurge in the last few days of comments that really reflected this kind of sentiment, where women have been commenting on each other's posts and stuff, and they have been very like uplifting and kind, and you can just see it in the way people are speaking with each other. So I can definitely see that people have been through it, and I feel like in some way they have come to terms with whatever they've been through. And I think that like they're starting to make connections with each other again. Okay, so I feel as though the masculine energy is like fully present and in some way is predatory at this time, so you want to be cautious of both. What do you do when both energies are kind of whack? The last card for this row is the Star, which signifies that anything that you do towards community activities and connection with other people is fated. Also, going back to the last spread, if this is concerning a Taurus person, then I think that if you're dealing with a Taurus and there's all this regret about things in the past, missed connection, missed opportunity, this is really reinforcing that you should probably consider opening yourself up again to this person and be available to them in some way. The next message is the World card. I feel as though there will be an opportunity to travel or go somewhere for the purpose of connecting with family and love. I feel as though there is it feels like a perilous environment. I don't want to speak too much to it yet, but I feel like there's a perilous environment around you with a lot of difficult energy in both the feminine and the masculine. And so I feel as though even your clarity of circumstances is not precisely on point at this time. And so in some way, there's this hope that is all around you through the communities that you know, and then there's this kind of person who's putting their heart out for you and in some way providing solace and comfort. And I feel as though in terms of this is looks like a reading of really overcoming personal boundaries. So personal boundaries have been tampered with, and this is the queen that kind of shuts them down. This is the queen that stomps her foot and is like, oh really? Oh really? You want to try me? Like, you just try. I feel as though there is this kind of, I think that there was a desire from a Leo, and I'm not picking on Leos, but I think that, oh, sorry about that. I had Amazon coming, so I have my phone on. I can't turn it off. Hold on. There we go. Sorry about that. So I feel as though there's like a heartbreak that is in some way coming through from the desire of a Leo, sun, moon, and rising. And I feel like that heartache, that desired wish was made in hurt themselves. So they had hurt in their heart and they had made a wish, maybe not even fully consciously. It could have been a partly subconscious wish, because they felt like they wanted someone else to feel what they were feeling. And so I feel like, hold on. Okay. And so I feel like that is hitting home now. Now this could have happened as far back as a year ago, in which someone was really hurt and licking their wounds and you were in the proximity, and in some way that energy latched onto you and in some way sort of cursed you a little bit to have the same kind of moment of vulnerability. They didn't cause everything else, but that feeling is etching up, and so now you're neutralizing it. And in fact, I don't think that person truly wanted your suffering in any way. I just think that they were going through something. That's why when you're really going through stuff, it's really kind of sketchy to be around people, because there's like lots of thoughts and ideas that come up for people that are hard to control and manage. And then I think that there is also a lot of opportunity and hope and overcoming in circumstances, particularly with Virgos in your life. They can actually bring about quite a bit of change for you, a lot of change and transformation, forward movement and success in new directions. I feel like maybe there is something that is really good for you if you just slow down, pay attention, and let the energy come to you. I feel like if you really kind of settle down and stop looking towards the men and women in your life and just kind of wait for everything to come, I think that the path will open for you and you'll know exactly which way to go. Then an ending could happen that could have a very kind of, how do you say, a surprise effect on you. There could be a change or a transformation that you were not expecting that's coming up at this time whenever you're watching. I think this is timeless. I didn't set it for a specific sign or time frame, but I feel like there's a sudden change that's coming your way. I feel like an ending or something really abrupt that is in some way the point of great success and it leading you to some really wonderful change, like it's fated and it's destined. And I feel like in some way you're being protected by all this, from all this kind of energy. So it's like you cornered yourself, or you found yourself in a corner. You're kind of confused about things. You don't really know which way to go and how to go about doing things. And I feel as though the universe is providing you a lot of support in the interpersonal relationships, the family relationships that you have, and the relationships in the community with soulmates. And it's just really branched out and networked well. The next message is here. So I feel as though there's energy that is being, the feminine is extremely worked over. So the feminine energy, the divine feminine energy, it feels like it's been exhausted in some way. So very much exhausted, tired out, depleted. It's tired. It's broken, and in some way, it's really been stressful and pressure filled and difficult. And I feel as though that is being brought back into balance. So one of the most poignant images in this reading is actually the horizon of the Ten of Swords, in which there is this kind of the first sunrise after treachery. you know, a mutiny. So the first sunrise after betrayal and after your hope has been completely lost about a situation. So the Ten of Swords is actually a resurgence and finding, you know, in the Never-Ending Story, how they find the little grain of Fantasia after the nothing took out over everything. I know I refer to this movie a lot, but a lot of you guys love it, and it's like my favorite movie, so I just have to. But it's that little grain of sand that's what this is about. The little seed that's going to grow everything moving forward. Okay? So this is your little grain of sand. And if you haven't seen that movie, or if you haven't read the book, then please do so, because it's important. But yeah, so this has to do with the divine feminine energy, actually, where there has been, and it's sad that this attached to it. And the reason that you know that this energy that is connected with a Leo was not done in proper, it was not deserved, it was not solicited, nor did they really want to afflict you. But it's so out of place here because it shows up in a completely unrelated situation. It's almost like someone saying, see how it feels, and it's like, and it's like your cat died, you know, like there is like completely off put or off place comment or energy that somebody desired in their heart. So it's not necessarily somebody calling you out, but maybe more somebody who in some way had held a belief or an opinion, and they tried to contain it, but it was there, you know, and they were struggling with it themselves. So it's so out of place for this situation. Nobody's cat's gonna die. I'm not saying that. I just didn't know what else to say. But I feel like it's so out of place here, this three of Swords. It's like that it does not necessarily align with any of the other things that are going on. This is the resurgence of the feminine, basically, and men are getting in our way, ladies. No, for real though. Like this is like the resurgence of the feminine. You're being ushered and protected by energies, and it's kind of like a reset, you know, energy here. And then we have the Knight of Pentacles. So I feel as though there's a continual relationship with the Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn, or a path forward that may not be actually fundamentally changing on the surface. I feel as though maybe your opinion of things is changing now, and you're seeing things from a different perspective. Oops, I have two cards and they're amazing, so be excited. So for many of you, this is a movement towards serious relationships, partnerships, and love. I feel like there is a continual effort on both sides in order to bring two people together, in order to ground a situation and reinforce it and kind of keep it going. There's a lot of history here, and there is already a lot of loyalty and time invested. And so people have a tendency to not want to break things that they have already invested a lot of energy into. And then here is your next card. We have the Nine of Cups. So I feel as though in about, how do you see? Hold on. I'm counting the years. In about 4 years, there's going to, so I know that's 4 years is a while from now, but I think that you should count your years, and in about 4 years, there's going to be a year that is going to be referring right back to this situation. So I don't know if you want to put a calendar, go in your calendar and clip the address link for this video and then come back to it in 4 years. But there's going to be events in 4 years that are going to refer back to what's going on here. And whatever you do with this energy now, that is how you are going to, in some way, that is the energy that you are going to be dealing with. And I think in 4 years. So if you cut corners, or if you really blow something off, or if you manipulate a situation in order to really deal with it. Don't think that you've got away home safe. I think that you are going to have a wake-up call if you do. The next message is, I think that the beautiful thing is that the cloudiness of the situation is really, leaving you. You're no longer unclear about what's going on. And I feel as though you are getting yourself into a position that you feel secure about. I think that there's going to be a lot of things coming up for people with regard to mother issues, so issues in terms of their relationship with their mother. They're going to come out, they're going to come through you, around you, whether you're a man or a woman. Your issues with the divine feminine are basically you've hit a wall, and now you are in some way picking up the pieces and reforming them, like reformulating them. And I feel like you're doing it from a safe place, and you're kind of taking a look back at the things that have happened before and that are happening now. And I think that you are creating for yourself distance, that you are no longer allowing certain things to dig into the things that you have going on for yourself. I feel like there is going to be a continual distracting energy of people who are coming through your life, coming and going very, very fast. And so one of the things that you will be kind of dealing with is a consistent distraction, a consistent kind of diversion of attention. And so I think that in some way it has a purpose, and in some way it is a learning lesson. And I think that you need to figure out, just cutting it out completely is not necessarily the answer, but ultimately I think you will just cut it out completely. I think that in certain times you need that little prodding, the wake up call, a little bit here and there, just to figure out where you are. And so I feel as though you're moving towards this energy. This is a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. Hey girl, hey. And I feel as though there's this great happiness and loyalty and family that is connected to this individual. I feel as though there's just a lot of positivity that is coming through, that you're being led away from possibly a very bad situation. You're being led away from a very bad person with very bad intentions. And so I feel like this person, if you've had a bad relationship in the past, recent past, like I would say your last relationship, this is mostly for people like that, or people who have experienced like heavy trauma at the hands of men. And I know lots of my subscribers are women. I'm not trying to trigger anyone, but you can see it here: the Devil, the Wheel of Fortune, the Ten of Pentacles, and the King of Pentacles. So it's like you're moving away. By luck, you're moving into a loyal position and a loyal, stable situation with someone you can trust. And then you're going to be offered something. This is coming through again and again. And I've watched a couple other readers' videos, and they have said the same thing. There's going to be offers that are being made. On the bottom, you have the Temperance card, which is a big card of marriage. A Leo friend of mine actually, whenever I pull this card, they say, oh yeah, that's the marriage card, that's the divine union. So ever since I heard them say those things, it's just in my head. And below is the Magician. So I think it might be quite unexpected. An unexpected change is coming your way, as there's going to be an offer and that pulls you out of something. It feels like you were deeply engrossed in a circumstance or situation that was either, it was kind of like a pool of water that was unmoving, it was stale, it was stagnant, and it started becoming rancid. Just think of the imagery of that. And I feel as though you were dealing with it, But at the same time, I think that there's energy that is coming in that is pulling you out and away and through in another direction. And for many of you, this is going to be the manifestation of a relationship, but it's concurrently you figuring out your stuff. And then the third kind of metaphor here, or the third kind of theme that we see coming through is the revolution of a female archetype, and that's changing from basically dead in the water to kind of glimmers of hope. But it has a lot to do with you kind of really defining and putting your foot down about what's right and about what's wrong. And so in some way you are very resilient towards people coming through. The prodding is good and it's bad, you know, it's both. But I think that you can't get mad at the prodding when you don't have your stuff figured out yet. You have to figure out where you're going or what you're up to first. And then if somebody's distracting you, then you can take issue with it. But until you know what you're doing, you're just doing this, like tyrancy. It's like, you shouldn't do that. And then it's like, but why? What are you doing? I don't know, but you shouldn't do that, you know, just because I say so. That kind of energy, that kind of paranoid or insecure thinking. Here is some cards, extra cards. Day and Night. Makes me think of that song. And then we have Liberty. So I feel like everything's aligned to you, for you to move forward. And I feel Sleeping Beauty's dream. It's like an eternal dream. Maybe a dream that has been in the back of your head. Now it's getting metaphysical and now we have to finish up. But there is this dream in the back of your head in some way. There is a dream in the back of your head in some way that keeps permeating through and permeating out. And it was like really, I've talked about it in the previous episodes. It's in the back of your head and it's just always been there. And it's just got certain images that come through, you know. For me, it's this like room with like wooden panels and like an open door balcony and a curtain breezing in. It's everybody has a personal signature of this dream. It's in the back of their head. It's akashic, it's karmic, and you know, it's been with you for a while. And in some way this is the dream, but in some way I think that you have stopped dreaming and now you are in some way living out the manifestation of the dream, and sooner or later that dream is going to start coming through for you into reality. So that's coming soon into the forefront of your consciousness. Let's see this message. Why don't we pick a couple extra guidance cards? We'll talk about maybe more of the dream next one on number 8. 888. Okay. So I think you're hitting a button with this one. This is number 7, episode 7. And I think essentially in summary, you're hitting the button with something. And the people and the circumstances around you, you just have to trust that your alignment is perfect. And that's why the circumstances and situations around you are favorable to addressing some of the core issues that you have been dealing with in your life. Like this is, I never expected, I'm just doing this like free flow stream of consciousness kind of thing. But like all of these circumstances to me seem like they are the core issues of what the people who are watching are resonating with, and the antidotes, you know, the antidotes of everything that you need and you want at every single point in time. So it's a pretty powerful reading. And then we have the dragonfly spirit. The truth transcends illusion. So if you have been struggling with the idea like, how will my truth persevere against the dishonesty of the world around me? It's just that Knight of Pentacles, just keep on trucking, keep on keeping on. You know, you're so close. You're just one little step away from changing your consciousness and awareness to finding loyalty and finding the right alignment. You're so close. You're literally on the doorstep. And here is the next message. Punishment. Why is this coming through? This one's just, I feel like maybe that self-punishment, this is guilt. Self-punishment for things that you have felt or been accused of in the past. if you come from, I don't want to speak to other religions, so I'll just speak to the one that I was raised in. But if you've come up in Catholicism or Christianity, there's like a strong narrative of punishment in those religions. So even if you're not religious yourself, that's still around you, and you need to really question whether or not that narrative has impacted the way that you view yourself and your life. And I feel like maybe you have been not allowing yourself certain things because you are punishing yourself for the way that people have treated you. And so, Angel of Night. So I feel like a lot of this has to do with dreams. A lot of this has to do with the subconscious. And I feel like you need to go through, maybe this is like the dark night of the soul. In some way you are coming to terms with something that you have to face about something that maybe you are your own punisher. Maybe you are in your own way, holding you back from allowing certain things, energies forward. And so this is a regeneration. And then we have the 10 of discs again. So loyalty, loyalty, family, things coming together, families coming together in some way. And maybe you don't have the stamp and seal of approval of your family. Maybe you're disconnected in some way. So many clients that I speak with have issues to do with their family. They have like a lot of people do, not just clients, but just people in general. I've noticed they have lots of issues to do with family. And so I feel like that's a common issue that people have. And so I feel like on a psychological level, I think it's very destructive for people not to have the approval of their family members, not to have the support and the triumph of their family members. And so maybe you're punishing yourself because of all these things, and maybe by thinking about it as a social construct that is around us, that's putting pressure on us to families to separate, and there's less stuff holding people together, and people are making choices that are independent, more self-directed rather than collective directed, that people are feeling they're not getting that approval. And so maybe therefore they on some level are holding themselves back and punishing themselves. And maybe this is like, once you realize that that's the case, once you realize that's the case, and that you're punishing yourself for something that's like a sign of the times, that you're not so weird or so broken, that it's actually just a normal facet of modern life right now, then you can kind of give yourself approval and move forward. So maybe that's the pedestal you need to get through. And when you do, life kind of lights your way forward to liberty, Okay? So that was a really long one. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you guys for watching me in the channel. I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. And thanks for all the likes and the comments.